vet, but everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go.
man, I can't go back now. Watch it all go black. Yeah, seen too much, can't forget about all that. It's really all bad. You don't wanna see the things that I see, man. You should know that. And it's all facts. On top, we winning. That's how I'm living. Ain't no option, I gotta go get 'em.
Hello everyone and welcome back to yet another day right here on the MEA Championship for the Fall 2023. My name is GEEKAY and I'm joined by none other than Esports. Yesterday, very exciting day. We saw several teams stepping up to the plate, bringing in quite a bit of spice, quite a bit of flavor to the battlefield. But of course, yesterday was the nervous twitch day one, right? But now that all the nerves are kind of dealt with, everything is out of the way, we're really looking forward to seeing what the teams could be potentially bringing to the battlefield as we are stepping forward into yet another day filled with 6 matches yet again for everybody to prove and show us exactly what they can bring out onto this lovely battlefield. But of course, speaking about battlefield, speaking about things, we of course need to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues and of course the championships as well. Now yesterday, very exciting day, a lot of things happening. What was the standout plays or standout things that happened for you just yesterday?
Well, we had quite a few teams that really stepped up to the plate in a very surprising way, especially towards the end of the day. We started seeing a little bit more resurgence of a few, favorites like FALCONS and, of course, Brute Force coming through. I want to say the Brute Fruities every damn time you've done this to me. So seeing that adaptation so quickly is really interesting to me, and it poses a question as to what we're going to be seeing today. Like you said, day number 1, it's just about getting to know your teammates and getting to know your competition. Day 2, that's really where we start to see the true battlefield and where we start to see who is going to be rising to the top.
Speaking about rising to the top, let's take a look at the leaderboards and where the teams find themselves after that very first day. Of course, speaking about which, well, we've got the Brute Force sitting right up in pole position, holding on to a very steady position. And we can in fact see that they've actually been popping off quite a bit, right? Quite aggressive across the board and finding good balance with that to accompany those elimination points in as well, right? Placement points looking pretty great on their end. Quest also doing an absolutely phenomenal job as we did see them hold up very consistently yesterday. So no surprise really to see the top 2 teams currently holding on to where they are.
Absolutely no surprise whatsoever. This is what we were talking about in terms of that consistency. We did have a few, map favorites like Quest Esports over towards Miramar that were just making a consistent statement in and out of those Miramar matches. But ultimately, again, we start to see that top heavy-handed point structure coming through, which is expected with a very elimination-heavy map, which is what we just had time and time again. So on the second page of things, yes, it's not looking as great, but there is an opportunity, of course, moving into today to completely shake this up. And it's still very doable. We have teams so close to one another that one good match, one good round could set you up into a much better standing immediately and see you maybe jumping a couple of spots. I mean, we saw as many as 9 slots being jumped in a single match. So definitely still a possibility today. And I'm very keen to see what some of those teams on the second page are going to be bringing to the stand.
I mean, we also had a little bit of excitement happening just yesterday with the players there from Twisted Minds getting that absolutely insane winner chicken dinner, right? Not the craziest amount of eliminations by any measure of the word, but chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. So a lot of upsets, a lot of excitement being brought through, and of course we are going to be looking to see just how far these teams can look to extend all of that. But so we had 2 teams in particular yesterday, as we saw on the leaderboards, right, performing exceptionally well in their respective regards. I mean, Brute Force locking in the placement points. We did have Quest also coming through with a beautiful showing of the aggression. Now, was there anything in particular that stood out for you between those 2 teams?
Yeah, well, we can take a look at the head-to-head of our lobby leaders as we saw it yesterday, currently holding on the overall standings in first and second place. The main difference was, of course, at least the play style that they were taking it. Obviously, the focus on eliminations really coming through for Quest Esports. We saw that time and time again, as you mentioned, on Miramar. The placements just didn't quite translate when, in comparison to Brute Force, a team that was quite consistent in both areas. I mean, they are currently leading with the most amount of placement point, that being 26, which is 8 ahead of what we see Quest Esports picking up, which, again, it's not a large matter of fact, a massive lead, but when we translate that with the overall points, with their eliminations, it just means an overall healthier outlook than what we're seeing from Brute Force compared to Quest. However, still a lot more time that we're going to be seeing an opportunity for both of these teams to showcase that they can do both, that they can do either, that they can do what they want, and hopefully they'll be gunning for those top slots.
It's interesting that you say gunning because, I mean, within those two respective teams, we also had, players stepping up, performing like absolute goats, performing like absolute legends. I mean, we saw, for instance, like Ado bringing in an absolutely insane performance. RUKH also stepping up then for their respective team. And I think it's good looking at what these players are quite capable of.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's a very interesting comparison between these two specifically. So, RUKH is our current elimination leader with 15 eliminations to their belt, and of course, then Ado is our damage leader with an insane amount of 2.7 thousand damage that they managed to pick up just yesterday. So, again, two very different, situations for these two players. Obviously, a little bit more teamwork or a stronger conversion that we're seeing with RUKH, but Ado is just laying down the law, doing the damage, and ensuring that almost no one has an opportunity really to get a words in edgewise. And of course, from the Broody Fruities, Mr. DK would be very happy to see Ado do so once again today.
I don't know what you're talking about. Me? No, never. I don't pick a particular team from the 16 that we have in the lineup. I never do that. Never. But yes, I mean, we've been seeing quite a bit of excitement coming through. We've also yesterday not had one particular team dominating on a respective map, right? We've seen a widespread coming through with regards to those winner chicken dinners. Now, I think for today, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not we are going to have other contenders potentially stepping up to the plate, right? We've got RTG, Road to Glory. We've got the players there from Vision, Esports, XENON, just to name a few that also could really look to capitalize and utilize this map rotation that we have. And I mean, this is exactly the same as what we had yesterday. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, and then we go into the final stretch, which is going to be Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar. So yesterday and today, right, a great opportunity for teams that are feeling very confident when it comes to the map of Erangel to really showcase a lot of their capabilities. But I think the big thing that we could potentially be looking at here is teams that have not necessarily had all that much luck on Erangel really trying to crank out as many points as they possibly can find here today.
Absolutely, like you said, we haven't had those map leaders really step up to the plate and shout and say, look, here we are, we're going to win every single Erangel, which is going to be a bold statement to have. As we said, 50% of the matches for the MEA Championship will be held on Erangel. So it is a massive opportunity for any team in particular if they are the dominant leaders. And one such team, actually, I would say it's not the most dominating team, but definitely the leaders in those Erangel matches is a team like Virtual Gaming. They were the team that yesterday picked up the most points on Erangel, so we can take a look at exactly what those stats are looking like. And I mean, when I say the most points, it's literally 38 in first place versus a 31 in second place, that being brute force. So it's a very tight competition between these teams, who is really going to take that crown as the leader of Erangel. Because if they manage to keep that consistency, then yes, we absolutely could be seeing a resurgence of a team like Virtual Gaming to the top of the leaderboard. But so far, I mean, the three teams that won yesterday's matches was RUKH, then Virtual Gaming, then the World of Battle. So it's a very different field. It's a very widespread approach that we're seeing from these teams.
It definitely is quite a bit of a widespread, and of course it's quite a bit of a change-up because, I mean, this performance from Virtual Gaming Squad, we did not see them play like this back in their respective PMPL, right? So this is such a satisfying step up coming through from them, and that is why I'm really looking forward to today's matches to see whether or not we're going to have even more teams step up to the plate. I mean, Twisted Minds, they really cracked it wide open on that Miramar yesterday. We've not yet seen a lot of those opportunities being presented to them when it comes to the map of Erangel, but I mean, there are going to be ample opportunities for teams to do exactly that. And I think the more proficient you feel on a map of Erangel, the better your odds are going to be able to secure those points, because as you've pointed out, we are going to be playing a Erangel heavy championship. So the sooner the teams can get themselves acclimated to that and acquainted with all the possibilities that could come through on the map of Erangel, I think the better off they are going to be. But as we know, right, there's so much that could change as these teams are going to be working their way through, especially off the back of yesterday, as the teams will have a lot of opportunity to really bring everything they can. And I mean, look at just what they've brought in the first day.
Absolutely. So, I mean, this is just a further talk about what we've seen so far across all of these insane maps across so many games that we've seen already, it's been a stark reminder that the teams are really going for those eliminations. And just from that last map that we saw yesterday, of course being Miramar, you could see how difficult it has been for all the teams. I mean, look at the damage that Virtual Gaming were able to output compared to, you know, the eliminations that they were actually able to convert from that. Again, a very aggressive approach. Sometimes it can bring dividends, as what we can see with Brute Force, and sometimes it doesn't quite translate the way that you would want to. Even our Road to Glory, they had a bit of a tougher time yesterday, really locking in those eliminations, which does see that they don't necessarily get the points for all of their hard work and effort, but it does mean that they have the capabilities to make that happen. They just need those final couple of hits, and then they could be translating into massive points.
But another interesting thing that I'm also noticing is, we know GEEKAY obviously took the MEA Championship back in the spring split, right? But so far, currently, I mean, GEEKAY not necessarily sitting in the game, same kind of positioning as we saw them back in spring, right? Now, we find them positioned much further down that leaderboard, right? We got them all the way down in 13. So I'm a little bit curious as to what the approach is coming through from GEEKAY, because, I mean, last season, at exactly this point, they were sat in 5th position, right? Today, we find them in 13th, 8 slots lower. Now, is that potentially a strategy that they're looking to implement? Maybe, you know, keep something a little bit on the back burner, and then just when everyone thinks, okay, well, GEEKAY's not going to do it, then they just pop off and they just rip the whole lobby to pieces. Or is it maybe just an indication that the rest of the lobby has actually done a lot of, gone through a lot of growth, and they've been able to implement so many different strategies as we've progressed from the Spring MEA Championship leading through Fall into this current championship?
There's a lot of factors when you ask a question like that, because it's obviously quite a loaded question. There's many factors yesterday that we saw very obviously. I mean, the zones were just horrific, in all honesty. They really weren't a conducive opportunity for anyone yesterday to really showcase their true potential. Furthermore, of course, you are going to have teams that have stepped up massively with the break that they had moving into this MEA Championships. The prep, the VOD reviews that they've done, they will have changed their playstyle. They will have brought some surprises for teams and returning teams like GEEKAY Esports. But of course, day number one. It was day number one. The teams were getting used to each other. They were understanding, okay, this is the new framework that we're looking at. This is the landscape that we have to survive in and that we have to thrive in. So yesterday was information gathering day. Day 2, 3, 4. This is where we need to see that push coming through. This is where we need to see GEEKAY Esports or any other team that is in those second page from the 9th to the 16th really pack in those points as much as they can before the teams in those top slots start to run away from them.
I think it's going to be quite important because, as we know, slowly but surely we're starting to run out of space. We're starting to run out of time. We're running out of the available points to come through. And, I mean, we did see that being pretty prevalent, you know, looking back at what we had coming with just within the finals of the PMPLs for the teams to get themselves into this position here. But of course, as we know, there's a lot of uncertainty and anything can essentially happen. And, you know, we're always trying to figure out who's going to be the next team to take a winner chicken dinner. Now, I think that is quite fitting because we do love to hear the feedback from the viewers as well. So head on over into the chat, write in the chat, tell us you vote and then the team, right? So let's say you vote for the Broody Fruities. You're going to say vote and then BF because, you know, it's the Broody Fruities and you think that they are going to be taking a winner chicken dinner, potentially even in this very first match of the day. So be sure to give your shout outs for your teams. Let's see if we can spam the chat. Not too much spam, but, you know, good supportive spam. With regards to the teams that you are going to be voting for. Let's see who's going to be receiving the most love. And of course, I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be quite appreciative of that, seeing all the support that they are garnering throughout, you know, this event.
Absolutely. So please let us know in the chat who your favorite teams are, and if you want to get us a little bit more insight as to what you've been experiencing, what you've potentially been seeing that we haven't been seeing in the previous matches, then hit us up on the social media using the hashtag PMPL MEA Champ. Of course, you can take a look at YouTube, Facebook, TikTok to let us know your thoughts, and hopefully you can give us a little bit more insight as to what you think is going to happen today, who you think will be the next team to rise up on Erangel and potentially get themselves into those top slots.
Yeah, and of course, as we know, only 4 slots available. So as we progress through today, we are going to be turning a little bit more of our focus towards the top 4 because, you know, we are approaching that line. We can see it off in the distance. We're not quite there just yet, but we are heading towards it, right? So Also, today's going to mark the halfway point. So I think whatever the teams haven't essentially been able to really utilize by the end of match number 6, they're really going to have to assess what the approach is and how they're going to be looking to play through those final 2 days. But as we know, anything can still happen. You could have a lot of surprises being presented across the board. And I think that is definitely something that I'm going to be looking forward to today, right? Because we've got our statistics from how the teams were performing in their respective PMPLs, how everybody performed in the previous MEA Championship. But based on what we've been seeing so far, it's all changing, right? A very familiar landscape that we're on, but a lot of the features actually have gone through quite a bit of a change. You know, we've got the players, the map, still the same thing, but the strategies that we're seeing, the rotations, and the way that the teams handle the pressure being presented to them, just so satisfying. And of course, yesterday we also did have quite a bit of water. So let's hope today things dry up quite a bit more, and that the teams will have a great opportunity to really showcase all their strats and capabilities as they are coming into a fresh day and a new opportunity to bring in that dominance.
Absolutely. We also mentioned yesterday that immediately after those matches, we were expecting a lot of VOD reviews to come in. A lot of discussions between the team members to really delve into what worked, what did not work. I mean, for any of the teams that were playing that lost Miramar in an opportunity to potentially grab that winner chicken dinner, they're going to ask a lot of questions of how did Twisted Minds make that happen? How did we miss that? Why did we let that happen? And yeah, some tougher conversations than others. We saw a lot of 1vx clutches yesterday, individuals that were just stepping up to a whole different plate and being allowed to grab 3 to 4, eliminations just off of the bat. And that can't happen, not at an MEA champ stage. So I am going to be hoping to see a little bit of a tighter coordination from the teams today as we move through the maps. Of course, like we know, the rotations were horrible yesterday. It's not their fault that the map decided to go into the ocean. It happens. But moving into today, let's lock that down. Maybe there's a different drop site that we need to be looking at, maybe a different pathing. They have a little bit more experience now with that landscape, as we were talking about. And this is where it starts to get interesting, because those small changes, those small decisions that they're going to be making are going to affect those overall standings and are going to affect what we will be witnessing on the overall leaderboard. It's just a matter of who is actually going to make it happen first. And on that point, DK, I need to ask, obviously Brute Force is a potential favorite of yours, but is there any other team that you felt yesterday, you just have to admit it at some point, is there any other team that you felt had something left in the tank that we should be looking forward to today?
Definitely, I would have to say RTG. I'd love to see something come through from them today, right? RTG, and I'm expecting a really good performance coming through from Virtual Gaming Squad somewhere along our Erangels that we have here today. If it happens in the first match, amazing. But yeah, I'm definitely thinking it's going to be Road to Glory RTG looking to step it up, because I mean, they were able to lock in our 3rd highest tally with regards to eliminations on Erangel. So I want to see them build on that, but also secure a few more additional placement points to accompany that.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I mean, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with our top 4, trying to see who exactly is going to be the leaders at the end of the day as well. Who's going to be grabbing that Erangel champion and hopefully leading the pack when it comes to that domination on this particular map, but also just what that second page of teams have in store for us. Like we mentioned GEEKAY, we mentioned NASR. I mean, especially with the show match we had with the fantastic zombie mode yesterday, we know that they are capable of picking up those wild elimination counts, and we've seen such great starts from them yesterday. We saw a couple of pushes that they took that were really quite well executed. It's just those final few moments that unfortunately it went a little bit awry, that if they can lock that down today, we might have a completely different discussion. And of course, the Sly machine, I don't know, for me they are like the silent assassins of this MEA champ, because they just show up out of nowhere suddenly with 7 eliminations like it's nothing, and then they just continue. They also started cooking something very early on yesterday, so I'd like to see if they will be able to replicate that performance coming through into today.
I feel like Slime Machine, they had like this stealth mode engage yesterday, right?
We can't
They were
see them.
playing, they were there, they were doing things. You see it in the feed, you see it every now and again, and then poof, they just miraculously disappear. So I want to see them maybe look to capitalize on that ability a little bit more. Maybe there could be a little bit of something happening on that front. Because, I mean, they didn't exactly have a bad day, right? Really good day with regards to those eliminations. I just want to see them now use that strategy, specifically in a zone like this, to get themselves into placement point territory, because we saw only 7 placement points coming their way. And I mean, comparing that to 24 eliminations, they just gotta balance it out.
Absolutely. So it's again for all of the teams, we can pretty much say the exact same speech over and over and over. So it's so close, but there is a few adjustments that need to be made. There's a few small changes that could bring about a completely different result today, and I would love to see that starting today. But it's going to be up to the teams. We know it's not as easy as we make it sound. You can't just suddenly, switch on against some of the best in the Middle East and Africa region. So let us see what they will be bringing in store today. At least already we're starting off with a much more centralized zone.
Well, I think the teams are going to be quite happy with this. This is going to be a great opportunity to really flex those capabilities. But, I mean, looking at the starting point, right, we've got GEEKAY, World of Battle, smack dab center. So if GEEKAY are going to be looking to make a bit of a bounce back, I think this could be a great opportunity for exactly that to come through. And, of course, speaking about our stealth mode squad, right, here we have them, the Slime Machine. I think it's actually quite fitting. A very sly maneuver, exactly like what the Fox would be. You know, you only spot them now and again when they allow you to see them. So I'm really looking forward to what Slime Machine could be bringing up here. But now it's going to be a looting phase. Everyone's going to be looking to get themselves properly set up and geared up. And, well, before they start moving forward into phase number 2. But Ez, where would you like to see the second phase move towards?
For the second phase specifically, I really would favor a bit of more of a northern shift, just because we don't often go there as much as I would like. But alternatively to that, even just ahead to Potato Hill, because it's been so long since we've seen the likes of Potato Hill, it might just be a little bit of fun. It really does provide an opportunity for the teams as well to really get into those central positions. It is going to bring about a bit of a revenge in the works for a team like the World of Battle and GEEKAY, if that were to happen. But I feel like they could. I feel like they could hold their own. I feel like they could showcase a little bit of something today, especially the World of Battle after just such a late and surprising resurgence yesterday. It was really interesting to see. So I want to put them to the test, DK. I want to see if they can hold their own.
Well, we're going to find out pretty soon whether or not they can hold their own, or maybe not just yet, right? And we've been seeing a very interesting approach coming through from the teams yesterday, but as we've already established, day number 2, all the nerves should be out the window. The teams now have a lot of information to utilize that they've been able to gather yesterday. So I'm curious to see exactly how they are going to be looking to implement everything that they've learned, and how they're going to be looking to use all of that to take them that extra step further. For the time being, everybody is respecting their looting spots, right? We don't see any major hot drops happening, nothing out of the ordinary. But I'm looking forward to the point in which these teams start to rotate up. And speaking about rotations, of course, we do see the side of XENON starting to venture up a little bit closer towards that RUKH region.
Yeah, just a little bit more of a split. It could be a very interesting one. Like we said, GEEKAY, of course, already in that position with their own 2-2 splits. So I'd be curious to see if they're going to tighten up and maybe go for a bit of a crossfire there. Depending on the timing of it all, XENON might just fly right on by, or we could see a bit of an oopsie happening there. But we'll wait and see. At the moment, everyone is just trying to get their loot up. And of course, information gathering is going to be the number one aspect that all of these teams will be going for. We know yesterday they picked up a lot of information on this specific map. I mean, they had three whole opportunities to do so. So right now, information is overflowing. I'm sure these teams have set up a concrete plan that is hopefully going to be bringing them some success. What's also interesting in terms of those positions, of course, we know Virtual Gaming was one of the few teams that we saw yesterday really capitalizing off of that military base island, and it worked out for them when we were heading there. This time around, of course, now it is time for rotation. So finally, we get a chance to actually see how those rotations are going to be going, you know, whether that east or western bridge is going to get a little bit of action, or if we'll just be seeing some quick rotations, nothing too wild, because Twisted has also joined Virtual Gaming on towards that military base island.
Ooh, Yeah, I mean that could be quite interesting. I think for at least for Twisted Mind, it is going to rely heavily on what Slime Machine are going to be looking to do, whether or not they're going to be hanging around in Malta or using the opportunity to get themselves situated a little bit further up in towards the zone. But as we return now back to the slightly more northern portion of the area, we can see the players there from RUKH Esports just starting to make their descent, moving out of Savoni, approaching the zone. In the meanwhile, it's going to be GEEKAY looking to get right down to business. And they start with a bit of an opening play, reaching into the side there of XENON again, looking to just keep them at bay, right? Because both teams, they want to establish their compounds, at least for this time, until we see where the next phase is going to be taking us.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have a lot more time now to just sort of gauge what the landscape is going to be looking like at this moment in time. Obviously, there might be a few car chases, maybe a few bumper bashes, but ultimately it's all in good progress as those rotations are going to be made. I'm not seeing any trouble rotations just for now. We saw R8 immediately pulling back there from Quest Esports, and of course RTG is going to unfortunately have to take a bit of a similar route, but there's still plenty more compounds within that zone right now up for grabs. And again, a very good split from the outskirts that we're seeing as well. So I should not be seeing any troubles, at least for Twisted Minds, to take that Eastern Bridge approach. Sly's also moved off from farm, so they're not going to be blocking their pathing. My only question is how Virtual Gaming is going to take that rotation, because if they will be joining Twisted Minds on the Eastern Bridge, again, a little bit of a potential action point there. Same for FALCONS as well. A bit of a later rotation once again, because they obviously do favor the side of Promosk, but no trouble immediately what we'll see as soon as they get into the zone. It's only a little bit later that things will start to get a little tight.
Yeah, I mean, as we can already see, Twisted, they've made a successful rotation across from that military base. Now it's going to be up to Virtual to see how they will be looking to play their hand. And of course, the FALCONS doing the usual thing, just winging it in the back there, hanging around, waiting to see where the zone is going to be taking us. And, well, we can see it's now centered up in between School and
Ooh.
Pachinki. So a very favorable setup coming through here if we look over towards Enigma Galaxy and potentially even the World of Battle. But it is going to require a heavy defense. As you can see, a mass migration now heading right up towards them.
Yeah, this this is going to be quite the interesting one. So, like we said, there wasn't really going to be a concern for the likes of FALCONS and Twisted Minds. However, a little bit of a delay, and now this shift, we might see a lot more teams really favoring that southern portion of the zone, since that's where the few bits of space are still left. Already a bit of a clash there between Quest Esports and R8, resulting in R8 unfortunately losing a member almost immediately. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm expecting a lot more of the shoulder-to-shoulder rotations, just resulting in a few potential clashes. Hopefully nothing too major, because this is really where the team started to struggle yesterday with those last-minute rotations. We saw some trouble, so I'm liking that we're already seeing a lot more of a structured approach.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. And already we do see R8 facing a very similar approach to what we had from them yesterday back in the very first match.
Oh, shame.
Oof, as they are already one player down. So this might not necessarily cause too many problems for them, but it's not ideal, right? They want to try and keep those numbers up as best they can. And of course, surprisingly, we do see Pachinki looking quite vacant. So there is an opportunity for R8 to try and find some semblance of a bit of a, fortification. But they have to be quick about it, because RTG starting to move in as well. So they won't have all the luxury available to them for much longer.
No, not so whatsoever at this point in time. Again, quicker rotations are going to result in some of those potential opportunities to gatekeep those better positions. But we'll have to wait and see how those resources are going to be working up. We already see Enigma Galaxy picking away at GEEKAY Esports, so a lot of that action is happening towards the closest center position. And again, the fight for the center is always a little bit spicy, as everyone wants to try and get their best possible positions into that next phase. FALCONS here towards that western side, also just managing to get themselves in zone right behind the likes of Vision. I would just want to make sure that hopefully they are going to be keeping a tight-knit rotation, because of course Quest is not too far off, also looking for that information or an opportunity to pick a little bit of a fight against Vision.
Yeah, and I mean, if we compare the plays that we've seen come through from Vision and Quest yesterday, I definitely believe that Quest should be fearing Vision a little bit more. But as we know, it could definitely look to take a completely different play here. So I guess to see exactly what that approach is going to be, because now the zone's slowly making its way on through and everybody just cramming themselves in, and a very casual shift coming through, just taking us a little bit further down. Again, not overly aggressive, but I like that position, that setup coming through from Slime Machine. Potato Hill will definitely allow them quite a bit of a vantage point to try and utilize, especially rather in the zone.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at this one. We are starting to see a few votes also come in for your favorite teams. So please remember to tell us exactly who you think is your favorite team, or who you think potentially is going to be taking it all. And remember to type vote with your team tag to let us know. We'll probably display some of those results a little bit later on. Already now, the World Battle holding on to these beautiful, beautiful apartments, and Clear, well, they're going to just be seeing a few nades heading their way. Immediate rotation now is going to be triggered for them. Hazem is going to be backing off just for the moment, so they will have that opportunity to hopefully get on by quickly. It does look like they're also going to try and get a little bit of aggressive, get immediate oh, there we go. Immediate revenge for that one little nade. How dare you, sir? How dare you?
I mean, they weren't even compartmentalizing anything at this point, right? They were just letting it all loose, just ripping into the side there of Hazem, and the World of Battle now going to have to fight their own few battles as, again, they're holding on to a little bit more of a northern approach, but they still have RUKH Esports within the vicinity. So again, a lot of caution needs to be applied here. But as we jump straight over into the lovely Pachinki, Quest finding themselves in a very similar predicament here. I mean, NIGMA Galaxy just trying to lock down the defensive angles.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a fun one already. Just a few cheeky peeks that we're seeing coming through. Even Lazy Lion sticking around just to get a little bit more information here from Quest, which is going to be quite a bit of fun if they do actually action some of this information. But an immediate callback has been sent there by XENON, so they're going to be giving up that space while we wait to see what's going to happen here between Quest, Enigma Galaxy, and potentially Vision should they choose to get involved. Already, the brute force, the broody fruities, making a bit of a later rotation from that eastern side. Also something different than what we saw yesterday. We obviously know that yesterday they were opting in for more of a northern approach, even with those zone shifts coming through. This time, obviously opting for that eastern approach. So, again, these small little adaptations are so exciting because we have no idea how exactly they are going to affect that overall leaderboard when we get to the end of it.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Brute Force holding on with a slight little smidge of a lead, as we can see at the top of the screen there as well. So it is going to be quite important for them to find the success they need. I mean, they're performing quite well in yesterday's Erangel, so they have already established quite a bit of a foundation to build off of moving forward into today's. Well, let's see, as things could start to shake up. We do see XENON also exploring a little bit around that Potato Hill. Slime Machine pretty committed, and now we are going to be venturing right down into the Pachinki fields. I mean, this is going to be quite a bit of a setup, but I like the approach coming through from XENON, really trying to set up a bit of a preemptive angle.
Preemptive angle, just try and set up and get ready for the onslaught that is going to be all of these teams desperately rotating into the action. We can see already Muhammad just trying to get in before that car goes boom. But shots after shot, it is not going to be an easy rotation. Taking a look at this now, I mean, that zone shift just slightly towards the west is really going to favor the likes of the World of Battle, who've just made such a mad dash. But again, at the unfortunate loss of a few members, so it's not going to come easy to them either. We also have to take a look at what R8 will be bringing to the table. Enigma Galaxy in a fantastic position right alongside Quest Esports, so plenty more opportunities. Already NASR, ooh, trying to take on the silent assassins themselves in the form of Slime Machine.
Oh yes, but you gotta watch out for Sly. They are gonna be sneaky. As you can see, a great opportunity for a lot of that utility usage now to come through. But as we know, NASR, no strangers to a little bit of a challenge, as both teams are very well secured within the zone. But I think the team here to watch could potentially be the sign of clear vision. I mean, they could hear all the noise and come through to inspect. But speaking about inspection, it is going to be RUKH Esports now also looking to play a bit of an upset here. They really have NASR pinned down, and now Busher getting traded as Sly and the rest of the teams start to approach the region. 4 teams now fighting for control of the lovely Potato Hill. And this is going to be quite a bit of a blood fest that we have right here. DBS is, of course, coming through, but Default going to get dropped right down onto their knees. Now, Slime Machine going to try everything they can because they need to get themselves out of this pincer position.
Oh, it is just pain. It's only pain, DK. There's only more pain to come through. I am glad that we got to give a little bit of love to Potato Hill, so hopefully we'll be seeing the teams really utilizing that opportunity here. Right now, all I see is damage numbers just flying up high. I thought yesterday was violence. Today is a whole different level of violence, and I'm here for it. Absolutely. Slime Machine now feeling the brunt of the action here. Brute Force taking a quick jump right on by. Unfortunately, it's not as easy for them to get into the zone right now. Very difficult situation. RUKH Esports also feeling the brunt of the action as NASR of all teams are finally stepping up to the plate. Loving this aggression from them, but they still need to get that final confirmation and then hopefully get that loot back up, get those HP bars back up as quick as possible.
Oh, it's going to be a tough one, but as you can see, Fashe also now just narrowly escaping the initial pressure, but down they go as Evo Station locks it in. RUKH Esports also now going to be feeling a lot of that heat. NASR finding momentum, just digging deep and pushing forward, but now it's going to be reliant on Spec and the rest of their survivors to clutch it out. J7 not looking too great, and there we have it. Oh, Neos! Third party supreme as the Broody Fruity swoop on in, closing up the whole position here. Now they have possession of Potato Hill, but of course GEEKAY, right? They are not going to pass on an opportunity as we can see them coming through, and of course Santa looking to start a bit of a fight here.
A bit of a fight indeed. Now let's take a look at that zone. Ooh, a bit of an interesting move. Now we still have a few of those compounds towards the southwestern side. So NIGMA Galaxy, they can still relax just for a little bit of a time being, but all those teams towards that eastern side, they need to get a moozy on and get themselves into the zone. R8 in particular, very open opportunity, a very open landscape that they're going to be finding themselves in. So I would be very concerned how they're going to hold those angles, especially with the rotations that we're going to be seeing from GEEKAY and of course Brute Force coming through from that eastern side. Yeah, I mean, these angles, DK, the cover is not so great, so it's going to be a very tough fight for the teams if the zone continues to center up in its current position.
Yeah, but I think more specifically on towards the side here of Pachinki, NIGMA, Quest, Falcons, they've got a nice setup. Vision going to have a pretty tough time rotating out of this church, getting themselves repositioned back into a little bit of safety. And of course, XENON could potentially be one of those teams looking to apply that pressure. But fortunately for Vision, they are instead going to be looking to dip through Pachinki itself. Now, this is where they put themselves in a bit of a vulnerable spot because it could be either NIGMA or Quest or the Falcons that are going to be looking to just lay into them, all dependent on how they rotate through that whole entire region.
Very interesting position here now. Falcons White are going to be greeted by a nice little bit of a neighbor situation here from Twisted Minds. But P6, come on, we know what P6 can do with those nades. You do not mess with that man and a grenade. It is just asking for a lot of trouble.
Well, let's see. Well, we see AZ maybe getting rescued by the rest of Twisted. I mean, a beautiful step up so far coming through from Twisted, already sitting with those 2 eliminations. And that is essentially what they had secured yesterday, all the way up to the very last match. But now, Falcons going to be looking to stop them in their tracks as they do deal quite a bit of devastation. Twisted, though, getting sent away in 11th place. Again, walking away with those 2 elims up. Now, GEEKAY and the side here of the Broody Fruities, Brute Force going to be looking to defend their honor up towards the north. I love this contention, the congestion coming through here. It is resulting in quite a bit of a share coming through with the lead. But XENON, a very held back play, very reserved, just waiting in the wing for Brute Force and GEEKAY to kind of conclude their whole altercation.
Ooh, a lot more damage moving in as well. We can see that elimination feed just popping off left, right, and center. And it's not going to stop anytime soon. That zone continues just to apply so much pressure here to the teams. We can see even for GEEKAY Esports, I mean, they were looking so strong with that rotation, that 2-2 split. But again, rotations, unfortunately, just running through territory. And now, I mean, that is a long-distance shot. That is ridiculous. But I mean, fantastic one there. Unfortunately, we'll be sending GK back into the lobby as XENON also starts to pick apart the Broody Fruities. Already 2 down. Ooh, but a nice return onto Marshall might make this a bit more. Ooh, potentially a third?
Come on. Oh, yes, there we go. Senke is down, but there we
Oh
have
my-
it.
oh,
XENON
what?
crossing off the side of Brute Force. At least, though, 9 eliminations as they get sent back in 9th place. Love it. I mean, what a performance. But XENON just holding up so strong. Sitting with 7 eliminations. And they've got full possession of the Northern Reach. Right now, they can get themselves patched back up and then take that another approach, or that next approach rather, to get themselves situated back into the contention. But meanwhile, as we look a little bit further down on towards the southeastern side, it is going to be RTG and Virtual Gaming Squad, both teams trying to pick up whatever they can find. But it does seem like Virtual are instead prioritizing their positioning, trying to get themselves just crammed up into whatever space they can find.
Yeah, Virtual Gaming now making that move on in, trying to get themselves as close as possible to that zone, but it's so not easy. They're doing that a shoulder-to-shoulder rotation right alongside Falcons White, who now have been holding onto this position for so long, relegated down to 2, and then, oh no, a self-nade is not going to make it easy. Teak now, the last member alive here for Falcons White to try hold on to something, but oh, nade. Even a little bit more now coming through from Yafuz to finally confirm Falcons White out for the count.
I love that play coming through from your fours. Beautiful reach coming in. Virtual Gaming Squad showing why they were able to be our dominating force in our Erangel games just yesterday. Now, Vision looking to blaze their way on through. They're going to have to try and work their way up against the side here of NIGMA. As you can see, Lord and Groups trying to lock it down. But I'm curious to see what RUKH is going to be looking to do here. I mean, beautiful off-angle play. Definitely reach in and bring quite a bit of an upset onto the side here of Vision. But again, the teams having to just utilize all the available space they have and just get themselves into those more favorable angles.
Absolutely. We can see that now happening here as well. Vision, and to get a piece of the action as well. Like you said, NIGMA Galaxy, they have been in this position for so long. An opportunity for them to really hold on to the compounds. But as that zone keeps shifting towards the center into, well, the land of doom, then we will be seeing once again a bit of pressure onto the side of NIGMA Galaxy. Now, immediately though, right ahead of them, we've got Vision immediately trying to take hold of this real estate.
Support coming through with the upset. Beautiful nade just over into the side of NIGMA. But now this starts to become a little bit of a worry. I mean, Vision still holding on to a full 4-piece. NIGMA definitely have to bring through quite a bit of a response, because if they don't, Vision are going to wipe the floor with them. As you can see, they are still sitting on a full 4-piece. But with the knock in, it might hamper the plays now for the side of NIGMA. I love this determination coming through from the side of Vision as they are looking to breach. We've got Saif knocking on the door, utilizing all the available audio cues coming through. But will that push now find itself there? Will we see Vision get the jump in on NIGMA Galaxy?
Going to be a question here already. Vision trying, just a little bit of a cheeky peeky, but some utilities will stop their tracks alongside a very good line of sight hold coming through here from Freak, who's right up against it all. We've got Coops and RUKH not too far off, but again, it's going to be a bit of a difficult situation. So hopefully we might be seeing Lord, maybe one of the other members just getting closer, trying to ensure that they've got that front line as secure as possible. Because again, a 1-3 split coming through from Vision could potentially catch off NIGMA Galaxy's 1-2-1 split off. But waiting for it, it's going to come down to the timing. And again, when we take a look at that zone, unfortunately, it's just going to be applying further pressure as we do see that zone shifting away from these compounds. The time is of the essence. We can already see NIGMA Galaxy backing off because they know they need to get a rotation going.
Yeah, they're slowly trying to get themselves closer and closer towards that zone, but I think they're also potentially trying to set up a bit of a trap now for Vision to fall into. Oh, but Tapo coming through with the DBS, that is definitely not going to allow that potential trap to go any much further. But I like that play coming through from Al-Hajj as well, right? They can hear all the noise going on here between Vision and NIGMA as they now try to get themselves set up in a bit of a preemptive play. But Vision looking a little bit battered here. The Pox super low in their health bar, but still very even odds going up against the side of NIGMA. I mean, Koops, Raouf, gonna have to try and defend their honors. We know Koops can definitely pull everything out of the bag and then some, but they are going to be tested. They are going to be tried. And well, so far, Raouf stepping up to the challenge. Now we just need to see Koops follow through with the hit there.
Ooh, they made sure they heard you, Deacon. They're like, I'm sorry, did you just want a clutch? We can make that one happen. NIGMA Galaxy rocking in, taking out Vision Esports and locking down their compounds. That is going to be a great boost of momentum, and they are going to need it because now the rotation into the zone has to begin. Quest Esports feeling a similar brunt of action, unfortunately, at the hand of XENON, just sending some great utility into their position.
But you gotta watch out for XENON. I mean, they've been playing a very interesting strategy so far this entire game. I mean, just playing off of the edge, reaching in when they need to, and now they are gonna be looking to get the jump in, and they do succeed as Fahid done. Will get stopped in their tracks. Fortunately, they were already in the trucks, or they don't have to worry all too much about cleaning up. Now, XENON presented with a phenomenal angle here, right? They've got the play down onto NIGMA. They have a potential chance at Virtual Gaming Squad as well. It's all going to come down to how they utilize the space already. R8 reaching in from all the way across the zone.
We've been seeing a lot of those long reaches today, DK. I think we're going to have some new competition for the longest elimination so far. Ooh, Fares once again stepping up, finding Koops now, as NIGMA Galaxy, unfortunately, having to make a bit of a later rotation into the zone. And again, the zone is just running away from NIGMA Galaxy. XENON is going to be sticking around for a little bit longer as they want to get these final few confirmations. 2 more to the tally would definitely bolster them on these overall standings. I mean, look at that. Already 10 eliminations in their pockets.
Well, let's see whether or not they are going to be able to find even more. If that molly connects up onto the side of NIGMA, that could be exactly the opportunity they need. But the blue zone is now going to force the hand as NIGMA will have to move up. Lazy Lion hits it in as Raouf gets dropped. Now it's all down to Koos, but this is going to be a heavy, hot, and heated play as they do manage to at least escape the building. But things are not looking all too hopeful just yet. The blue zone catches up, and there we have it. Senkei! What a bounce coming through with that nade, though.
No, that was ridiculous. That nade was so perfect, and that was literally a nade from the grave. Ultimately, just a final poke at XENON saying, thanks a lot for taking us out here. You can have this. But now we take a look at it. It is the top 3 teams here. XENON down to 2 members, but that res should be coming through. Sure it is. And hopefully they have enough resources to get those HP bars up and at them as soon as possible. R8 in a very good position. They're up with 3. The only question we have now is what Virtual Gaming can do in this situation. Could we see another steal as what Twisted Minds was able to do yesterday?
I mean, it would be amazing, but we do say goodbye to Fares as they will get stopped in their tracks as well. Now, R8 got themselves in a bit of a 3v3. XENON v R8 to fight for that winner chicken dinner. Neither team having any kind of advantage here. So it's all going to come down to the wits and how they can handle the pressure. Who can get those positions secured? The push coming in. It's going to be Marshall slowly creeping their way on forward. Lazy Lion doing exactly what we would like to see a Lion do, right? Get nice and low in the bushes as they do hit the shot through up on towards Ida. R8 now reliant on Ragnarok and Kra to see whether or not the performance could come their way. A 2v2 showdown. XENON sitting on a very luscious dozen elims, 12 in fact. And of course, now the 5 still holding nice and steady over for the side here of R8. Who's going to be the team to lock in the next 3? I mean, Ez, we couldn't have asked for a more balanced play coming into this last zone.
This is brilliant. A great 3v2. Almost 3 now to take us into the final moments. And there it is. R8 will confirm themselves as the first Erangel winners of the day. So, once again, DK, we still don't have an answer as to who's going to be dominating Erangel. I don't think we will at this rate.
Yeah, we definitely won't. But a phenomenal play coming through here from R8, securing themselves that lovely winner chicken dinner. I mean, based on the performances that we saw from the entirety of R8 yesterday. Yesterday, they secured themselves 9 points across 3 Erangels. They went over and above that in our very first match of the day. And this is what we love to see. Teams stepping up, really going ham with points. and of course, well, bringing in quite a bit of excitement. But we also did see some heavy hitting blows coming through. I mean, XENON hitting double digits, absolutely amazing fact. And well, no surprise to see such a presence from XENON coming through here in the match report.
Absolutely. I mean, with all of those eliminations that they were picking up, I'm not surprised in the slightest. Again, that final little nade bounce was hilarious, but it ultimately didn't stop XENON from really making a massive impact. And again, R8 Ida coming through there with a great number in damage. We've got Perez, no surprise, with that longest elimination. I can think back to exactly which one that one was, but beautiful, beautiful performance ultimately from everyone here. And again, this is what we wanted. This is day number 2, first map. We're already seeing teams stepping up to a whole different level.
I mean, and I'm hoping to see even more of that. And I mean, there's so much excitement coming through here. Let's take a look at the match ranking to see exactly what the point tally is for our respective teams. And of course, no surprise, right? R8 picking up those 8 eliminations along with the lovely winner Chicken Dinner does put them on a very comfortable 18 points. But XENON also then on 18 points.
Yeah, I wonder why. Could it potentially be those 12 eliminations? Nah, possibly not. Maybe. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of XENON performance that we were waiting for. And to bring it in on the first map of the day, you can definitely see there was a plan in action, and they have executed it brilliantly. Going to be very curious to see how they will bring this sort of performance back in our second Erangel, because then we have that contender for a team that could potentially dominate the likes of Erangel, which again is going to spell a lot of danger to the rest of our competitors. But let's take a look at the second page. A little bit of a better split going into the top 8, and then moving into the second page, only GEEKAY and unfortunately the World of Battle, who did not quite have the game that they were looking for. And it's very sad that these were the 2 teams that I highlighted earlier, and I even sent the zone their way by accident. So I'd be very curious to see how they're going to turn that one around moving into the next matchup. But like we said, that challenge for the teams need to be there. The more they are challenged, the more they are going to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, GEEKAY still kind of playing on a very similar strategy from what we saw in the previous MEA Championship. So I can't necessarily say based just on the first match that I'm worried about GEEKAY, but we're definitely going to be looking to see them up the ante because, I mean, as we all obviously know, they won the previous championship, but we are going to be looking quite carefully at these teams to see whether or not they'll be able to improve the performances that we've seen previously.
That is going to be the hope here. So looking into this Erangel match, we saw, I mean, just an incredible showing. Once again, Pusher just putting in the nail in the coffin there into NASR. So I think they might be feeling that one a little bit later on. Moving on into some of the other moments we saw, FALCONS did so well holding onto these compounds in Chinky. Again, I think if NIGMA Galaxy weren't the nail in their thorn, or I believe it was actually Virtual Gaming, we could have been seeing a very different approach for them, but a lot of action all the way around, and this is what I was highlighting as such a violent Erangel. My goodness gracious. I mean, we had so many third-party fights constantly going on, and it was just really good to see how the teams were handling all of these difficult situations just time and time again.
Yeah, I think they are going to be facing a plethora of those difficult positions as, I mean, this was only the first match of the day, right? We still have 5 more to go, and based on the kind of pacing that we saw so far, I expect these teams really to step it up to the next level, maybe even 3 levels up from what we've had just to this point. But here we have it, of course, R8 securing themselves that winner Chicken Dinner, and I mean, of all things, they get it secured with a pistol. Not an AR, not a DBS. A pistol. Absolutely insane plays coming through there. But on that one, of course, we are going to be heading into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back for match number 2. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for our second match of the day now. We've dusted off the bread and butter, and speaking about dust, we are going to be heading over into the desert, so a lot more of that to come through. But before we get there, of course, let's take a look at a bit of the Erangel performances that we've seen so far. Seeing that we've had 4 already.
So it starts, like we said, it's starting to paint a little bit of a better picture for us. I mean, moving after that incredible last Erangel, it's no surprise that we're seeing XENON move up in as the top 3 best performer over towards Erangel. So definitely starting to see some of that consistency. Virtual Gaming still holding on with those damage numbers, however, but there is a story starting to build as to who we should be looking for when we jump onto our relevant Erangels throughout the day and, of course, throughout this week. So very curious to see what we might be seeing change, whether or not RUKH and RTG can actually make a resurgence once again and hopefully climb to the top of the rankings.
Well, we'll have to wait till the next one, but of course, what we'd love to hear in the meanwhile, while we get ready for our second match of the day, is who you are supporting. So be sure to put the word vote followed by the tag. Right, so either BF or Clear or FLCN or GEEKAY or, you know, pick a team. RUKH, that's easy because their name is their tag. Very simple. But of course, well, you can add in your vote. Pop it in the chat, right? If you're here to support NASR, tell us vote NASR. And then we can see who will be receiving the most support in our chat. So get it poppin'. Let us know who you are here and who you are excited to potentially get themselves a bit of a victory, a bit of a potential winner-winner chicken dinner. Speaking about winner-winner chicken dinners, right? What would your vote be for the team to pick it up in this next match?
Ooh, in this next match, I mean, we have to give a little bit of love over towards Quest Esports. Yesterday, they definitely were the leaders on Miramar. I definitely want to see if they're going to be able to make something happen again. I also... you're putting me on the spot here. You know what? I'll say NASR. NASR is a team that keeps getting very close, especially in terms of elimination points. I mean, they've been one of those teams to consistently pick up a good number of points over towards Miramar specifically. In totality, I just want to see a little bit more, you know, placement to elimination combination. It's great to be that aggressive team. It's great to get those eliminations, but let's you know, also match that equally with as many good placement points as we possibly can. So I'd be keeping my eye out on Quest and NASR for this one.
All right. We'll call it a diplomatic answer. Right, we'll go with that one. But well, irrespective of that, I do think also that I think even Road to Glory could definitely look to bring in a bit of a surprise here. I mean, it's a battle or a gamble, right? Rather between them and surprisingly Twisted Minds. Statistically speaking, looking at only placement points, not eliminations, only placement points. Aside from Quest, I would definitely say potentially either Twisted or RTG. And well, the zone is definitely going to have these teams having to do quite a bit, as it does move all the way over towards that far eastern side, but fortunately not heavy on the water edge.
Yeah, look, there's a little bit of water included, which again, for a map like Miramar, is very rare. It's not as dramatic as what we saw yesterday, but definitely hoping that we're going to be seeing a lot more of an opportunity for the teams to showcase their best practices. I mean, moving into this one, a top easterly Miramar is also quite strange. I'll be honest. We don't often go over towards Cruz del Val or Al Azhar even. We very rarely give those places some love. So I have to ask you now, since you did this to me, where would you like the zone to move into this next phase?
Ooh, I thought you were talking about this current phase because I was about to say something completely different from what we got, but you know, we'll take it either which way. I specifically would love to see the zone maybe pull in a little bit more towards the north, seeing that we haven't had a lot of that kind of transition come through. Potentially up to like Cruz del Valle, Tierra Bronca, maybe even Torre Ahumada, or who knows, maybe a bit of upset, right? Campo Militar, because let's be honest. Let's see these teams played in Campo Militar, so vast, so open, and very limited hiding spaces.
Yeah, very limited indeed. So it will definitely be a lot of fun if we do see the zone go towards those areas. Again, we don't often get to give those areas a lot of love on Miramar, so maybe it's time. Maybe it's time we put these teams once again into the test. Shame, they've had a lot of tests in this last few matches. But hey, it's the MEA Championships. you have to be the best of the best. Or go to PMGC, and that is a whole different cup of tea. So I would love to see exactly what these players are capable of doing in the face of adversity. But moving on into what's currently happening, we do have a lovely little bit of a drop sites coming through, especially from the likes of Slide and NIGMA Galaxy over towards those Los Leones areas. And of course, we know that's again very south towards the zone. So a bit of a quicker rotation might be seen from them. Twisted Minds already taking a coastally approach all the way into the zone, heading through Puerto Pareso. So they are just gunning for the zone right now. They don't care about anything else.
I think that could be a good call to make from Twisted, especially looking at where we have the rest of the teams currently situated. So I want to see them maybe push beyond Impala. I mean, if they are going to be looking to go into Impala, I think that is also just going to be a slight bit of a temporary spot, at least for now. But yeah, it could be a good preemptive play, especially as you've pointed out, we still have a few teams situated down in towards Los Leones. And who knows how these teams are going to be looking to rotate up. Maybe Impala, maybe La Bendita, maybe all the way through San Martin and Hacienda del Patron, you know. Oy, Dios míos, it could go in so many different directions, but, well, we'll find out pretty soon. Two teams, though, that won't have to stress all that much. Is going to be Quest and RUKH Esports, right? RUKH all the way up then towards Tierra Bronca, and Quest, actually, with a very comfortable spot up in Al-Azhar.
Yeah, with a very quick rotation for them. So they're going to be the first team to really feel the fruits of their efforts over into this next phase. We can already see a great number of rotations moving in there from the World of Battle, as well as NASR, Sly, also just a quick rotation up from them. Very curious to see where they're going to end up, if we're going to be seeing a little bit more love towards those outskirt positions like Impala, maybe even Campo Militar. I mean, that it's quite a rotation to head all the way there, but hey, if they are feeling they have enough fuel, we might be seeing that actually happening here. Ultimately, though, I have to point out that we have a very quiet start to Miramar, which again, it signifies to me the changes that these teams have implemented immediately. Yesterday, we did see a few near awkward encounters, if I could say it that way. And this time around, even though we have such a strange rotation, the teams are really locking it down as much as they can.
Well, let's see if they can make a little bit of noise. Speaking about noise, our Silent Assassins sneaking their way on through. Ooh, there we go. 13 coming through with a bit of a hit. Trying to capitalize on the available opportunity as NASR are going to be trying to squeeze their way on through. But again, we are going to be seeing a little bit of this contention coming as the teams are taking the approach, right? Everybody now trying to get themselves situated up in towards this next phase. But I think once we get through this initial part, as the teams get themselves positioned a little bit deeper, a little bit further on in, we might have a little bit of a reduction in that initial aggression.
We do. We might see a quicker resurgence from the teams in terms of just locking things down, focusing on those placements, focusing on those better positions. So, I mean, as we take a look at it as well, R8, one of the teams that we saw doing pretty well in the previous Erangel matchup, also moving on to Miramar, looking to up their performance, looking to do better and better, because that's what has to happen at these MEA champs. They have to just continuously improve. So I would love to see what the plan of action is here, especially considering their current position over there just to the outskirts of Hacienda del Patron, and a very close contention to clear as well. Clear vision just towards the south of them. So I would be interested to see how that setup is going to come through. GEEKAY Esports, yeah, I'm not too sure, DK, what you think, but I really do want to see GEEKAY bring in a bit more of a dominating performance than what we've seen so far. They definitely have what it takes, and we know that they have that ability from that previous MEA Championship, but it's translating it into these mat. I really want to see what their plan of action is.
I mean, last season they really set the standard with regards to placement points, coming through with 28, the highest amount of placement points that we saw from one particular team on the map of Miramar. But we've not yet seen that play. We've not yet seen that GEEKAY, the previous season's GEEKAY. But I think, as I've said before, I think this is a great indication of the growth that these teams have gone through, right? Just the level of expansion they've been able to bring on through. I mean, last season, GEEKAY dominating on Erangel, having a really good run with regards to Miramar, and I mean, they even took a bit of a play when it came onto the side there of Sanhok. Again, Sanhok not necessarily being their strongest map, but it was a very balanced approach coming through from them. This season so far, I think they might still be looking to just get a really good assessment as to what the flavor of the day is going to be, right? How the opposing teams are going to be looking to play it, and of course, well, if the zone is ever going to decide to just chillax a little bit.
What is this zone? What? Where are we going? What is this, DK? I mean, these are positions in this map that I don't think we've ever been to. I mean, it's more obscure than heading to those two islands towards the eastern side in the water at this point, because where are we even going? We're going to the outreaches of Miramar, where no traveler have gone before. But yeah, absolutely, this is a very interesting situation that the teams are going to be finding themselves, as you mentioned, GK included. So it will be up to them to translate this strange rotation into a win. I mean, this terrain, once again, very similar to yesterday, is going to be quite a challenge when the teams are going to be taking those eliminations. We do have that very flat expanse over towards the northeastern side. You can see just towards the northeast of where NASR currently find themselves, there is that gigantic flat expanse. If we do see the teams heading towards those areas, we're going to have an all-out brawl for supremacy and for getting the best positions, because there's not a lot of cover in those areas.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty tough having, again, already quite a bit of a reduction in the playable area. RUKH on a roll.
In a different sense of the word.
Yeah, not the kind of role that we necessarily intended to see RUKH be on, but you know, we'll take it whichever way. But I like this play though, coming through between both NASR, NIGMA, and of course then the players there from the World of Battle, who we have just on that opposite end. A little bit of an odd sandwich coming through here, but NIGMA definitely not going to be backing out of this. They try to make a bit of noise, trying to fend off the advances coming through from NASR. But NASR, you can see that determination. They are just committed to finding the approach and the plays down onto towards NIGMA Galaxy.
Love to see this. Quite an interesting situation that we do find. NIGMA Galaxy being one of the first teams to really send it towards that expanse that we were talking about. They don't want to be in that situation with a late rotation. We could see SK Ton and the rest of the team of R8 actually moving into this northern side of that expanse. So again, the teams, they have a feeling that it might edge towards this point, and if it does happen, they want to try and be one of the teams to get the very few compounds available and few bits of cover. And right now, NIGMA Galaxy will be one of the absolutely best suited teams here. There's still about 4 or 5 that might be worth actually taking up, but we'll have to wait and see how that zone is actually going to translate. And we could still potentially move up all the way into Al-Azhar and just completely throw away any idea that I had of this zone.
If that happens, I don't think that Quest are going to be very happy about that shift coming through, because, I mean, that is where they started. We see them now obviously having a bit of a play, moving over towards that more eastern side. The zone not exactly centering up over towards Al-Azhar, but it still maintains a bit of consistency with regards to that. But you can see the teams, right? They know how challenging this particular region of the map is, and that's almost exactly the reason why we don't see any teams taking any possession of compounds within Al-Azhar.
Yeah, look, it's a strange expanse, and it's a strange zone that these teams are going to be dealing with. So a bit of a 50-50 gamble, but does look like we'll be leaving behind that expanse just a little bit. So unfortunately for NIGMA Galaxy, they made the wrong gamble, and we're going to be centering on just to the outskirts of Al-Azhar. Still a very difficult terrain to really utilize. So we can see a great opportunity here for clear vision over towards that eastern part of the map. And then, of course, we can see the Sly Vision that have just moved on in from that southern position as well. Now, taking a look at this, still not a single elimination, DK. It has been deathly quiet.
3 phases quiet, yes. Well, in the first match, we were talking about how the teams come through with a very determined approach, right? You can see a lot of focus being applied here, but there we have it. Nox coming in. We have eliminations on board, and NASR, unfortunately, the first team to lose a few players. Now J7 and Spec having to try and defend, but it's all now reliant on Spec. Beautiful answer to the push coming through, as they do find themselves a little bit of that Kalaga action. Now Spec having to see if they can maybe secure a bit of a finish here, because it's all going to be down to Rio. There we have it! NASR managing to survive, and while first team back into the lobby is not NASR.
Oh my goodness. Well, here we go. RUKH as well, just finding Quest Esports and R8 all of a sudden feeling the brunt of the action. An immediate response here from Kansei as well to find one, the second coming through shortly. R8 to scramble with the two-piece up, trying to retain this situation. They don't want to let RUKH go down without a fight, and unfortunately, Quest are making it so difficult to get a word in edgewise.
Well, let's see. We have Quest. Find the success they need. I mean, they had a lot of luck just yesterday, but so far it seems like R8 are gonna come through with a little bit different plan. Kansei now trying to strafe it, but unfortunately not finding the exact footing they needed. Now Quest down to a one-piece. R8 are gonna be smiling. Ooh, but Ida instead does feel a little bit of that toasty flame action finding their way on in, and this could still be quite a bit of a play being made by Easy. I mean, from afar they could definitely cause so much damage in for the players here of R8.
I think they definitely would love to get some damage into R8 just for the revenge of taking their teammates. And at this moment in time, you can see Quest. Well, not really the focus right now. It is NASR all of a sudden relegated down to only Spec, who is running for their life from the likes of NIGMA Galaxy. Unfortunately, the doorways didn't quite work with them, and we will be saying goodbye to NASR, who at least go down with 4 eliminations. So not a bad showing whatsoever. And Easy, this position, I do hope that they have enough time to play around here, because if NIGMA continue to push on up into R8, oof, it will be a little bit awkward here for Easy.
Yeah, it might become a little bit uneasy, right? And that is exactly what R8 are going to be looking to do. But Easy coming through with a very quick response with that AKM, just laying down the law. Ooh, Ida. And also getting met with a little bit of that pressure play. I'm not quite sure if that came through from the side of RUKH Esports or NIGMA Galaxy, but either which way, the heat is on Easy. One player away.
Oh
there we have it. Easy coming through with a clutch.
Dare I say it was easy? No, it wasn't.
No.
I mean, that was insane. Absolutely. What a way to get revenge, Quest Esports. They're still going to be the talk of the town right now, up with 4 eliminations. One of our lobby leaders in the situation. I can't even believe that happened. Unfortunately, NIGMA Galaxy, they continue to be the cleanup crew. Can Easy do it again up against the full squad here of NIGMA Galaxy? Not even an opportunity to breathe, unfortunately, as Coop steps up and finally does the cleanup here for the likes of Quest Esports. But man, what? Wow, that was incredible.
This is where you say, oops, there it is. So very well played by NIGMA Galaxy, closing that one off, finding themselves a few additional eliminations. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be hopping on board here with Santa and the rest of the players from the side of GEEKAY. Yes, I know the name doesn't say Santa, but that is what I call Santa is, well, Santa. Speaking about Santa, though, a few surprises coming through, not exactly cookies and milk, but it is instead going to be the players here from FALCONS. White looking to push on through. Zeke trying to just strafe their way up the hillside. Ragnar already down. Gaith, a very aggressive performance we saw from them just yesterday, but Santa stepping up, dealing a few blows, but down they go. FALCONS getting taken down, and GEEKAY stepping up.
I am unaware. I'm unable right now to analyze any of these fights. None of these make sense, but alright, here is the step up. GEEKAY picking up 4 eliminations once again. No time to rest. The World of Battle immediately going to pounce that opportunity for a third party. Nade being sent out. No connection just yet. We see one going down. An immediate return from the rest of World of Battle as Hope steps on into the action. But Mohammed is doing the amazing work that they needed to do. The World of Battle picking up 4 eliminations. Ooh, nearly a second with a roller cross slide.
Mohammed! What on earth? What on earth is going on here? I mean, the World of Battle just strolling on into the side.
You can't
of
script this at all. You can't actually put these teams in a better position.
No, I don't think anyone can be as creative, you know, to come up with something like this unscripted. This is just absolutely phenomenal. These teams taking things to unseen levels. Now, speaking about unseen, that is exactly what Rauf wants to be as they quickly make a hasty retreat. Just looking to reposition themselves back into a little bit of safety as we are going to be looking at Another slightly southerly focused zone coming through. So for NIGMA and Twisted, neither team having to move all too much, right? They're already essentially positioned within this next phase.
Essentially, yeah. So we do have to give a little bit of a question mark over towards Twisted Minds. Already one knock coming through. Enigma Galaxy still not making it easy for anyone to move up into this territory. We've already got Freak as well that are securing the compounds there for Enigma Galaxy should they need to rotate on back. So right now, that 3-1 split, it's just about a pressure, maybe even gatekeeping some of the teams. I'm going to just take a bit of a replay into this ridiculous. And I'm going to reiterate, ridiculous clutch coming through from Easy to pick up those 4 eliminations. I mean, just absolutely textbook.
I mean, but this was chain fighting at its best, right? We had team upon team upon team just rushing into the same compounds. And speaking about rushing into compounds, that is exactly where Rami now finds themselves as they do await the cavalry to help fortify the push here. But they got to be careful and very, very swift about it because as we can see, Brute Force taking approach coming through from that northern side. And the moment they start making noise, Ado is going to pull up that handbrake and just pull into the fight.
Let's take a look at it. Vision now in the compound here alongside RUKH. We know RUKH, they've had a bit of an inconsistent day yesterday. Started off so strong. And then they are still looking for a resurgence in that ability. XENON as well. Fantastic previous matchup. Looking to once again just get a few more points. But NIGMA Galaxy have been the talk. They have been the cleanup crew. Time in and time out. And now applying that pressure over towards Twist. AZ going to be going down almost immediately. Only one member remaining to keep Twisted Minds in the action. And it's almost as if it's textbook perfection. NIGMA Galaxy, they are not letting anyone by them. And it looks like they found their next target.
Yeah, one down, one more to go as they're now going to be taking their aim over onto the side here of Slime Machine. A very emboldened NIGMA. I mean, I love this play coming through here from them. But now, let's see how that is going to translate into the remainder of this match. Meanwhile, the Brute Force squad now taking quite a bit of a spread. Starting to encircle RUKH as well as Vision. This could be quite the strategy. And I'm not quite sure whether or not Vision or RUKH are even aware of Brute Force's whereabouts.
Let's take a look at this now. Eugene just spotting on out, trying to get a little bit more information. Going to be a very interesting situation here. These are the only 3 teams we have towards this northern side. And again, the cleanup crew in the form of NIGMA Galaxy, Coops in particular, is just not leaving anyone alone. Getting a bit more information on Sly before moving up and to joining the rest of the team. We've got Virtual Gaming and Clear Vision who have been incredibly quiet as well. So now looking at this next zone shift, definitely going to be looking at what NIGMA Galaxy will be bringing to the table alongside XENON and Clear Vision with their current positions and the locations that they can take a hold of. But towards this northern side, we need answers. Is it going to be Vision, RUKH, or the Brute Force team moving in to our next phase?
Well, let's see where that next phase is going to be taking us. Meanwhile, Fares now trying to reach in with a little bit of that utility. Focus now locking in the focus as they do find 13, but a one-shot. Going to be taking a bit of a swing over onto the side there of Virtual Gaming squad. Now, I like the contention starting to build here. Yafaz, will they find a bit of a play? Will they get the angles they need? Vankit, focus. This could definitely be quite a bit of a strategy coming through. We also need to see one shot and Vito pick it up as well. But they're all now confined to one little piece of compound, and this is going to be that push coming through from Virtual Gaming squad. Clear Vision are having to apply a lot of that defensive strategies here. You can see a Hulk now patiently trying to get themselves meted up, but this could be exactly the opportunity that Vito is going to be looking for. Unfortunately, Utility is not exactly finding their place. But here we go, the push is in. Meanwhile, the Brute Force squad pushing up on RUKH, but look at the nade onto Vito. Oh, Hulk getting smashed on down. And now Amjid and Fares, the 2 remaining hopefuls left for the side here of Virtual Gaming squad.
Ooh, a couple more nades now being sent out. Fares now looking for a resurgence. A few more eliminations. Oh, but Clear already finding another hit in. We can see one more going down. Virtual Gaming trying desperately with those nades to bring about an answer. And unfortunately for them, it might be the recovery. We've got a 1v1 here to try and find the winners between Clear Vision and Virtual Gaming.
Let's see where this one is going to go, though. Focus now. Oof, in such a difficult position. They definitely need to try and get themselves patched up, and that is exactly what they look to do. But let's see. Can Virtual Gaming Squad find the necessary push? Jeet now cooking up a bit of a utility there, trying to see if they can find the exact placement of the nade instead. The finisher comes through. Oh, now we are down to a 1v1. There's no opportunity for reses. It is Jeet and Focus, both players now looking for the angles. Jeet taking such a blow, but look at that nade as they let it loose, and that is it, only surviving with almost no health themselves.
Oh my goodness, this is a ridiculous matchup. We are relegated to a couple of stragglers here for some of our teams that were just doing so well. XENON down to one Vision, down to one Virtual Gaming. Again, a team we've highlighted as one of the leaders over towards Erangel with their consistency. Now also relegated down to one just by the skin of their teeth, unfortunately. But again, the focus is going to be on our 3 teams up with all 4 members. Specifically, I would say NIGMA Galaxy. They have just been looking so confident moving into this Miramar. You can see Coops, the likes of Lord, with a nice little weaponry, you know, coming through here. We very much like what they've been able to actually pick up there. AMR is going to be bringing in a whole different level of pain into this next zone, especially with that new shift.
Well, this is going to be very painful, yes. But, I mean, no better team to try and mount a nice bit of a pressure play other than Slime Machine, who we see sitting with a lovely full roster up. Great positioning on towards the southern edge of zone. It's going to allow them a great bit of visibility. Speaking of which, it is going to be Fashe now trying to see if they can pick up a little bit of Rauf and potentially even Lord as NIGMA creep their way closer towards that zone. But again, a very exposed rotation coming through here for NIGMA Galaxy.
Let's take a look at this one. Brute Force also up with 7 eliminations. We've got the Silent Assassins in the form of Sly Machine already picking up 1. But look at that shot coming through from Lord. Just absolutely pixel perfect. And I think Sly Machine will be thinking twice before peeking this angle again. Right now, I think they want to just lay down low, just for a little bit.
I mean, the moment you hear the shot of the AMR, you know, right? If it was me in this lobby, I would run to the water and go have a bit of a swim. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be 13, ending it right there for this scrum as Vision run out of players. We are down to our final 4 teams. You can see everyone essentially spread all across the region, but a great position still being held here by Fasha. You definitely have to watch out for any potential AMR shots. And Lord, I'm just waiting for this hit to connect.
Yeah, look, I'm a little bit scared. I am just a little scared. Look at that. Just so you can't even. No, man. When I say pixel perfect, I don't even have a word that's more pixel perfect than pixel perfect. Absolutely disgusting from Lord, and I would like to see it again. So that's all I'm going to say about this one. But in the meantime, Sly Machine, the position that they're holding, they do have that elevation. Obviously, we do have NIGMA Galaxy just nestled right below them. But then, of course, the question is how Brute Force will be making use of their positioning. It is a bit concerning, of course, going against Sly Machine because of the angle they have directly into Brute Force and their current position. So maybe this little bit that NIGMA Galaxy is going, or pressure that NIGMA Galaxy is going to be applying to Sly Machine could be the chance Brute Force needs to get themselves out of this position.
Well, this could definitely be a great opportunity for one of these 4 teams, right? Which one? Well, we don't exactly know. But either of these teams could definitely look to capitalize on a golden opportunity, and it is just within their reach here. But it's still going to be quite a bit of a push, right? So out of our surviving teams that we have, this is going to be of the utmost importance, especially for Slime Machine, because they are the team out of this lobby, well, currently still alive, that could definitely benefit off of these points they could garner in this particular match.
Absolutely. I mean, look, everyone is just looking to try and pick up as many points as they can to get themselves well situated. Slime Machine in particular, as the assassins they are, I just want to see them have a little bit of success. And then finding Neos could be the start of it. You can see so much damage now being placed over towards RUKH as well. So NIGMA just have to pull back for a moment's time. But look at this Mind with a rotation. It does look like Sly are aware. They are rotating over towards this area. They have heard the sounds. And look at the step up from Lazy Lion. The straggler that you weren't expecting.
Well, it's always the lion hiding somewhere, right? That you least expect, that causes the most carnage. And now it is going to be NIGMA having to climb up the hill. But Slime Machine in an absolutely phenomenal position here. They can cause so much damage, as NIGMA will have to just dip their toes in and out, trying to climb their way on through. But so far, Coop's doing an absolutely phenomenal job. It is down to Steezy and 13, however, to try and defend the honor of Slime Machine. Doing quite a bit of work, as you can see, already 8 eliminations up to their name. Oh, we've not yet seen all that much come through from the Lazy Lion chilling over on towards that western side, right? We also yet to see a few additional eliminations potentially find their way over for the side of XENON, but now it is going to be go time as we've hit that 9th stage, and it is going to be blue zone upon blue zone closing in, constricting the available playable area for our teams. And NIGMA, they seem to have the advantage. They've got the numbers, but will they be able to leverage that against the side of Slime Machine and potentially even XENON?
Massive opportunity for Slime Machine as well. Currently tied up with NIGMA Galaxy, or at least they were a few seconds ago, in terms of eliminations. But now this is going to be the push. NIGMA Galaxy, they know who is at least the immediate threat. They don't yet have information on a Lazy Lion, so it makes sense that they are going to be pushing up into the likes of Slime Machine to take them out as soon as humanly possible. I mean, in terms of utility, the ammo that Slime Machine currently have is not looking so great, whereas compared to the likes of NIGMA, they have just been looting and scooting, and now comes through Lazy Lion. Good amounts of damage, but that blue zone will hit the final nail in the coffin for the likes of XENON.
And with that, the Lion gets laid to rest. Now it is going to be NIGMA. Sly having to face off. Krups getting picked up. Lord Freak and Raouf having to find anything they can get their hands on. But this could be a little bit of a utility showdown. Unfortunately, Freak not getting the exact reach they would have hoped for. But Steezy getting dangerously close. Good play, good strafing, but down they go. Now it's up to 13. Oh, the hits right on their heels. Up comes Freak, trying to find the final blow, the final hit to secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. And there we have it. Freak and the rest of NIGMA Galaxy walking away victorious, securing themselves the winner chicken dinner. An absolutely amazing play.
Wow. Well, as we take a look at it, right, it is about time that we get to celebrate the likes of NIGMA Galaxy. We know there's a lot of fans that have been waiting for this opportunity to finally shout and scream. That was a brilliance, a textbook execution coming through from NIGMA Galaxy. I mean, you can see the confidence that they were taking. Coops just hanging around, waiting for anyone to move on in. Had the information on Sly 2 phases before we got even to this point. And for Sly, in that situation, I have to highlight, again, yes, it was a 2v4. They did get a little bit of that action coming through from XENON as well, taking a bit of their, focus away. But also, resources were so tight for the likes of Slime Machine. So it is no surprise why, though, looking at all the damage, they spent all of their bullets getting all of the damage numbers in that entire map.
I mean, it comes down to the positioning, right? They just held such a good position, and I mean, that has allowed them to survive all the way up into that final stage. Again, just capitalizing the living heck out of that high ground positioning. That's why they've got so much damage, right? Almost 3,000 damage. That is absolutely insane amount to see. But unfortunately, only managing to milk 8 eliminations out of all that aggression. It is unfortunate, but Slime Machine definitely finding quite a bit of an approach, right? I really like the spacing that we've seen now come through from them. But I think the only thing that we are yet to see from Slime Machine is them now being able to convert that into phenomenal finish. Speaking about finishes, let's take a look at our overall rankings. Of course, NIGMA Galaxy, right? In all the Erangels, all the Miramars that they played, the other 2 that we've had already, they were able to secure themselves a grand total of 13 points in one single match. They almost nearly double the amount of points just based on what they were able to do here. 11 eliminations coming through, absolutely insane. But of course, based on all the insanity we've had, we have to have a few teams make a bit of a stop over at our donut shop.
Yeah, it's no surprise. I mean, especially looking at all the action that happened there with Twisted Minds and Falcon Whites, it was a very difficult situation for them as well. Taking a look at the highlights once again, just to remind ourselves, even NASR, it was, I really thought it was going to go a whole different way. We had so many surprises moving up into this Miramar match. Just as you think it is going to be the one move forward, we get something ridiculous like a 1v4 clutch coming through here from Easy, picking up all 4 members of R8. I mean, in what world would we have put that on our bingo card? Same could be said here for Falcons White, the World of Battle, GEEKAY, and then just this constant, like you were saying, chain fighting, bashing, absolute madness that we had on Miramar.
I mean, this is exactly the kind of momentum that we want to see, right? The kind of strategy the teams are going to be looking to employ for the rest of the day. Absolutely phenomenal showdowns. But we've seen quite a few clutches being brought in this play as well here from Amjid. Such an amazing nade, but it was short-lived because, well, they got taken out. And then, of course, AMR, right? Lord doing some phenomenal work. Love these headshots as well. But again, right, the teams, the players, all just flexing on their capabilities. And you got to give a mad respect going out to Lazy Lion as well, right? They just held on for so dang long, trying to just ride it out as best they could.
I mean, they really did well in terms of taking the focus away from Sly Machine. I feel like if they had maybe a second more barring that blue zone, it could have been a whole different story. But of course, DK, that is the second match of the day done and dusted. When we come back, we're going to be taking a look once again at Erangel. So be right back, get some popcorn, we'll be right back.
Freak, we are very excited to have you here, and I want to dive right in, okay? So I want to ask you something. When it comes to NIGMA Galaxy, we're talking about a team that was top 3 in PMGC 2021, top 3 when it comes to the EMEA in 2021 as well, and then when it comes to 2022, you guys kind of struggled. We didn't really see the best version of NIGMA Galaxy that we're used to seeing. So coming into this championship, what can we expect from NIGMA Galaxy, and how well can we see you perform?
These down performances can happen to any team after playing good for a long time. We were pretty good, but then we struggled for like a year. But after adding Coops, we're definitely ready now. We're back to our real performance.
Your team was known as the Kings of Arabia in the first couple of PMPLs. How does it feel to reclaim that title after winning PMPL Arabia again?
I mean, we definitely missed it a lot. It was really bad when we were not performing so good, but actually this last PMPL was the best feeling when we actually won it.
So when we're talking about PMPL Arabia, your consistency in the first week and the second week, and I mean technically throughout the league stage, you guys were very consistent and you overtook GEEKAY Esports. But when it came to the finals, the consistency just wasn't there. So can you talk to us and tell us what happened? I
mean, we were pretty consistent in the finals, but I mean when it comes to the last day, yeah, we were not so good in the last day. I think I would say the reason was mostly me. I was underperforming in the beginning, but yeah, in the last 2 matches, we were fortunate to win the last 2 games.
Speaking of those last 2 matches, you managed to get back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners in the final moments of PMPL Arabia and be crowned the champions of the tournament. But what can we expect from you guys in the MEA Championship? Because it's been a while since you have secured one of those.
Preparation for PMPL MEA, it would be to do what we do, but in a better way. We perfected playing edge and playing middle, both of them.
Now, when it comes to the PMGC, Freak, this is going to be your 3rd time participating in the tournament. So my question to you is, what can we expect from NIGMA Galaxy, and do you think you have what it takes to bring home the PMGC?
I would say we definitely can go for the title too, but first of all we need to focus on qualifying to the grand finals.
Last question, Freak, I just want to ask you, is there anything that you'd love to say to the fans of NGX, your supporters, anyone? The floor is yours.
This year, inshallah, we'll have something for you guys. Inshallah, you'll be proud of us.
Always so great to see when they have interviews with the players. I mean, Freak looking pretty cool, calm, collected, right? We know there's so much coming through, but absolutely amazing play from the side that we've seen now from NIGMA, Galaxy, and Ez. I mean, 11 eliminations up. That is pretty hot and toasty.
It's ridiculous, in all honesty. That's what I'm going to say. Especially considering, you know, Enigma Galaxy's performance yesterday, when we were taking a look at it, at the end of yesterday, they only managed to get themselves about 28 points. So now, when you take a look at that, just the thought of them only getting 28 points in the entirety of yesterday's match, coming through into this matchup, picking up, what an incredible match. I mean, they nearly got completely all of their yesterday points in one only map. My words are going out of my mind. So what I want to reiterate is, once again, we're seeing those adjustments coming with Galaxy, the damage numbers that we've been seeing, the pixel perfect accuracy, and the confidence. The biggest thing for me is the confidence that Enigma Galaxy once again are bringing back. As you said, you know, they were crowned the kings of Arabia. Now they're bringing that sort of energy back into MEA champs, and if they continue, if no one can stop them, different story, man. Different story.
I mean, and they set quite a bit of a standard, right? Taking the league stage in the PMPL, taking the finals in the PMPL, acquiring 12 winner-winner chicken dinners throughout that entire play, and now stepping onto here. Sure, they've not yet had their hand at as many matches to do exactly that, but they were able to secure their first winner-winner chicken dinner, and, well, doing an absolutely phenomenal job in that. And what I'm looking to see here is exactly what the pacing is going to be, right? Are the teams going to be looking to continuously build on the momentum they've been able to establish so far? Or is there going to be a little bit of a disruption potentially finding its way on through? Because, I mean, these teams, right, let's be honest, this is pretty tough competition. We've seen how these teams have been playing, how they've been grinding their way through the respective PMPLs to get themselves to this point. So, absolutely phenomenal things. And of course, well, hopping right back onto Erangel is going to be a great opportunity for the teams to push that even further.
Absolutely. And again, we just going back to some of the points we highlighted earlier, moving into that first angle of the day, we were highlighting, of course, the likes of Virtual Gaming Squad. Naturally, there's a good reason for that. They still are the leaders on Erangel in terms of overall performance throughout our previous matches, picking 6 points in total. Followed closely behind by Brute Force with 40 and XENON with 39. Again, we can completely understand why, based on the experiences that we've seen. Good point, though, to be made is that out of those three, only Virtual Gaming has actually picked up the winner-winner chicken dinner. So there is still a resurgence potential of placement points that can happen here for Brute Force and the likes of XENON. And I'm going to throw RUKH Esports in there as well, just because they were the first team to pick up a win on Erangel. I want that same energy back. I don't want that energy to disappear. We need to see RUKH once again bring back that dominating performance.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, as we know, RUKH definitely being a very, very capable team so far for them. Today, looking a little bit worse for wear. Sitting on, I believe, 4 points. So not exactly the kind of tally that we would have hoped to see come through on their end. But let's see, maybe they'll be able to find a little bit of a push, a little bit of a play along the way. Speaking of which, though, we are going to be waiting in anticipation to see what our very first zone is going to be bringing for our respective teams here. But now, right, again, moving back into Erangel, this is once more the opportunity for the teams that have been showing some pretty phenomenal consistency. Oh, look at that zone.
What? Why? How?
To show us what they can bring through. But yeah, we are going to be starting with a zone centered on Prison.
Yeah, no, this is just... I mean, my brain is still recovering from that shot from Lord on Miramar, so I don't think I'm going to be able to give you much insight right now. All I'm going to say is someone paid off the zone god. I don't know who it is, but clearly they were thirsty, because this is way too much water for me in the 2 days worth of matches. But over to the east is where we will be going, it seems. XENON already taking a 2-2 split. We can see Senke and the likes of Carry Boy heading all the way into Kameshki, just getting a little bit more loot as well, while the other two hold on into a position within the zone. Taking a look at the current positions, I mean, the likes of NASR, Smack Bam Center, lots of space for them to work with. And then, of course, for the rest, it's just about loot time right now before we start heading into those rotations. For me, right now, I would just be curious to see what GK Esports and the World of Battle were actually going to be getting up to. We do have, of course, the World of Battle nestled in very nicely between the 2-2 split here of GK Esports. So whether they're going to go for a potential pincer play this early on, yet to be seen. It would be quite wild, but you never know.
Yes, it definitely would be quite wild. But what we do know is that we'd love to hear what your predictions are while we look at Slime Machine getting absolutely battered. Clear Vision rushing in right behind them. A little bit of that drive-by action, but be sure to let us know in the chat. Right, hit us up, say vote, and then the team tag. You can see the team tags on the left side of the screen there. Right-hand side, sorry, I got my fingers crossed. But yeah, on the right-hand side, give a shout-out for your team. Who do you think is going to be the one to clutch it up here today? Speaking about clutching, though, Santa actually in a very, very tough spot here.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult situation. Taking a look at it, that nade, a little bit of a bounce. It is thankfully going to fall short, but Hazem not going to stop at that. They do want this elimination, and they will be getting it. No opportunity really for GK to do anything much about it, unfortunately. That is two members that, yeah, are really not in a great position to be saved, unfortunately. So looking at GK, this is the question I had. If they were going to go for the pincer play, it would have been a bit of a wild ride, but it might have just worked because it was going to be such a surprising play. However, resources, angles, it's all about that timing. So we will have to wait and see what GK can do with two members up. And already, Erangel, so much more aggressive than that previous Miramar.
Yeah, definitely a lot more aggressive. But yeah, I mean, we've lost two players from what we can see so far. Sly and GK, each with one reduced. Still, all 16 teams up. And I mean, we're not necessarily seeing a major push coming through from the teams trying to get themselves situated over towards that eastern side, right? A team here, for instance, like R8, nearly 3 kilometers away from that zone. They still have about 3 minutes and a bit of change left on the clock. So not necessarily something to be all too concerned about just yet. But I sincerely hope that we are going to be seeing the teams rotate up much sooner rather than waiting till the very last moment.
That is going to be the hope. But again, I mean, the teams have done so well at keeping me speechless alongside the zone for the entirety of today. So I feel like whatever prediction I'm going to be making is going to be absolutely wrong. If we do want to try our hand at it though, DK, taking a look at this next zone shift, we do really see a focus on NASR and Vision's current position while we take a look at how exactly everything went down there for the likes of GK Esports. But into the zone, where are some of the prime positions that you would really be focusing on if you were a team making this rotation? I know some would be very happy with that Milta position and potentially even a bit of a shelter hold, but there are so many, you know, tinier compounds and like little sort of digs into the hilltop that also could prove a bit useful. But what are your thoughts?
I would definitely say a position up towards Mansion. As we know, just on the outskirts of Mansion, we've got that beautiful elevated piece as well. All right. Now, in a zone with this, like this rather, looking at where we've got the outlying teams, I think that could be quite a bit of a favorable setup to hold, specifically with regards to, you know, teams position on towards the northern side. But then also a little bit further down on towards that lumberyard, right, just north of Milta. I think that could also be a very, very favorable spot to be holding on, because at least for now it's not necessarily going to be allowing a lot of information to be gathered as the teams are still looking to make their rotations in. But I think preemptively that could maybe be a good setup.
Oh, we're going to take a look at this and see how exactly we're to be planning to play this one out. We can see those rotations now finally being triggered as everyone is gunning for a great position within zone. It might even be a case that XENON might be heading towards that Mansion position. Before, though, it does look like they want to check out a little bit of action towards Prison, where NASR are currently holding. So, looks like we might have a potential, either a peekaboo. I'm not sure if XENON is going to go full in and actually try and take that position away from NASR, or if they might just back off and give them the space that they deserve for now. Vision also moving into this action. So, Prison Prison is in deep danger of being quite chaotic very soon.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be, well, a prison in and of itself, right? A few teams are going to make it in, a few teams are going to make it out. Who those teams will be, well, we don't have the foggiest of clues. But in the meanwhile, what we do know is that Clear Vision is going to be looking to aggress onto the side here of RTG. Beautiful showdown as one shot will get knocked on down. Oh, absolute devastation, though, getting delivered as Clear Vision are our first team packed up, shipped out, and getting sent on back to the lobby just in time to see where the second phase is going to be taking us.
Ooh. R8, Falcons, White, and of course, Virtual Gaming. I would say alongside the two-piece there of GK Esports. It's going to be a very interesting rotation for them, specifically on the side of R8. Moving through, we can see the World Battle. They are still holding onto that outskirt position there towards school. Over towards that northern side, though, RUKH and Brute Force seem to be fighting for the north. Again, back to ye old faithful rotations, but it does mean that Brute Force will actually be winning out a few eliminations before they head into Yasnaya Poliana, potentially even further into Mansion. And RUKH, unfortunately, will have to take a longer rotation out. Even Quest is feeling the brunt of the action.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty tough, but Quest now have the opportunity to lick their wounds, to get themselves patched up yet again. And in the meanwhile, we still have a few teams on the outlying reaches. We've got GEEKAY trying to push through R8, as well as the Falcons. But I like the setup just up ahead coming through from the World of Battle. This could be a very exciting play and a little bit of a gatekeep opportunity. But it is going to take a little bit of time until we see both these teams, right? GEEKAY and R8 finding their rotation successfully in towards that next phase. Well, all we can do at this point, I think, is hope. Hope that we are going to be finding quite a bit of carnage just around the bend.
That is going to be the case here. We do see XENON once again backing off potentially to that mansion area. So it does seem like they have found their home. NASR and Vision still keeping a bit of a shoulder-to-shoulder rotation. Does seem like Vision might opt in rather to go all the way over towards Lipovka just to keep themselves safe. We know that they do like those outskirt plays, so that definitely would keep them away from the action until they are ready and potentially looted up into a better standard. Sly moving in from that southern side. We've got just so many potential spots of action all over the show. You can even see there from Brute Force getting up into that nice little bit of an elevated area, trying to lay down some law, and the World Battle, unfortunately, will be losing some members here. So a very scattered approach there from them, taking that 2-1 split, I believe it was. Oh, it was a 3-1 split. Oh.
Well, let's see if any of the scattered plays are going to result in a little bit of magic. Speaking of scattering, also Virtual Gaming Squad still rather scattered all the way down to the edge of zone. A quick look back at what happened between RTG and Clear Vision. Absolutely a phenomenal push coming through, but of course third-party plays as well, and Rio trying their absolute best to just survive. Oh, but Al-Hajj had other plans in mind. Now, still, Virtual Gaming Squad, quite a bit of distance to go to get themselves properly and decently secured within this next phase.
Yeah, very much. I mean, it's great to see that they've actually made it. It was a bit of a touch-and-go situation there, but they've managed to navigate their surroundings quite beautifully. And again, we still have to wait and see how Virtual Gaming will be entering the situation. RUKH, I mean, the long rotation they had to take due to that initial engagement against Brute Force has at least paid off. They have a very quiet entry into the zone, at least for now, until that next shift comes through, and it looks like they'll still be treated, wow, brilliantly. That works out so well and favorably there for RUKH Esports. So hopefully this could be the way for them to turn it around. Like we said, they were the first team to get that winner-winner chicken dinner on Erangel. So I would really like to see one team, at least one team, pick up a second winner-winner.
Well, let's see who's going to be the one to find it as we yet again start to push on up here. I mean, GEEKAY, a very, very cautious approach, right? They have lost 2 of their players, so they can't exactly look to make any crazy plays. But who knows? They could be looking to head right into that bit of elevation that I was referring to slightly earlier. But in the meanwhile, NASR and GEEKAY as well. Or NASR and Quest, rather. Here we go. Oof, come on. yeah, never mind. Alahaje is going to be ended right there as we do bid farewell to Quest. At least 4 eliminations up to their name.
Yeah, it's just it's a strange it's a very strange situation for Chris. They've been very consistent in getting those 4 eliminations, whether by a 1v4 clutch or by the team, doing a good amount of damage. But then it falls short very early on for Quest. I really would like to see a little bit more from them. We know that they have, some of the wildest eliminations than what we saw yesterday. So hopefully, once again, just lock it down. Let's see a little bit more from the likes of Quest Esports. But hey, moving on into the rest of the lobby, we can see the World Battle now heading towards that western side. Maybe just making a stop by that lovely little care package before moving on into the rest of this territory. Brute Force, they're still holding that elevation, so it is becoming a bit of a deterrent towards the northern side. R8 might actually be the cheeky team that actually tries to take this elevation away from them. They're taking a straight dash into the action, but for now it just looks like they will settle for being neighbors.
Well, I mean, sometimes you have nice neighbors, other times you just have neighbors. So let's see how this one is going to play out. Brute Force definitely going to be looking to utilize all the opportunities they have coming through with this 2-2 split. I mean, this is a phenomenal angle to play off of, right? But R8, they have the hard cover, so it's going to be, a bit of a give and take between these two teams. And Brute Force definitely have to get a little bit more creative if they want to get that push over into R8.
Let's take a wait and just see how this is going to be working out here for the likes of either team. Even towards that southern portion, again, we can see just a very scattered approach from the teams as they're trying to hold on to some real estate, at least into this next zone before that constriction comes through, and we once again see the shift into madness. And this time it is actually going to focus on the likes of Brute Force. I mean, the team here we've got from Virtual Gaming, of course, the duo from GEEKAY, XENON, RUKH, you and name it. All of them have a massive opportunity, and it does look like the PUBG Mobile gods we're listening to, DK, Mansion is going to be the focus here, so everyone will be fighting for the best opportunity and best position in the next couple of seconds.
Well, let's see. I mean, Virtual Gaming Squad, right, already pushed. I know there's a name for the spot that Virtual Gaming is in right now, the spot that I'm referring to, the one with the elevation. For the life of me, I just can't recall what the name is.
I also can't.
Right, but
my brain.
That spot, that place. I know it's like Sky Castle or something like that. Something along those lines. Yeah, but whatever, it is what it is. In the meanwhile, we'll be looking upwards and onwards as our teams start to make their pushes, looking to get themselves resituated. And now Slime Machine, with a surprisingly comfortable rotation, I say that, and then Lord comes through, having me swallow my words. But of course, well, we've grown quite accustomed to all these different strategies. But a good setup coming through here from GEEKAY. I mean, they are really just there on the edge, ready to welcome whoever in. And then, of course, whoever escapes GEEKAY finds themselves at the mercy then of RUKH Esports.
Well, this is what we were waiting for. I did say I want RUKH Esports to do something, but they're going to have to make it happen against the full force of Sly as only a 2-piece. So at least they do have the high ground here, holding that second floor position, just having to keep an eye out on the stairs. A good nade connection was made on that entry. So there is an opportunity here for them to make a little bit more happen. And sorry, just a correction, it's a 2v3 obviously, but it's going to come down to the timing here. Again, a lot of utility being not necessarily wasted, but again, just immediately deployed to stop Sly from having any initial ideas before the likes of Pusher and Eugene have a plan in action on how they are going to tackle this 3-piece of Sly Machine.
Let's see how this one is going to plan out, though. Plan out, yeah, I guess that also works as a word. But in the meanwhile, Sly, they have a slight bit of a number advantage here, but they're going to have to be rather quick about it. As you can see, XENON starting to creep up. We got NASR. They seem to be close, but actually, well, we have them all the way off on the far edge of that zone. But the heat is definitely going to start to build up. Pusher just narrowly being in a spot where the utilities can't exactly reach, but 13 is going to double down, and the nade is on the money, and that is it. Beautiful reach coming through from Slime Machine.
I love that. Just continuing the momentum that they got from that Miramar matchup. So please, let's it continue. At least I was going to say so, but then XENON decided they wanted to spoil the party. Unfortunately, one nade immediately going to be finding its target. Attacker going to be going down, and now the question is how Sly will be handling the situation, because unfortunately for them, well, they don't know this yet, but GK Esports is just around the corner as well. They could get involved with this, and now we have to wait and see. XENON desperately looking for a lot more eliminations before they have to deal with the rest of the lobby moving in with the next zone shift. Oh,
Let's
hello?
see. Come on, Muhammad. I mean, we've seen an upset come through from Muhammad already today, right? So, is Muhammad gonna try and clutch it out yet again? It is gonna be a pretty tall order, and the answer is unfortunately no, as Neos just casually sneaks that nade in, and Muhammad, well, you know, taking one for the team. Down they go. Sly Machine and XENON finding themselves still in a little bit of a standoff here, as Steezy, not exactly sheezy, but either way, gonna try and strafe on through. Now 2v1. Oh, look at that play though. Good hit coming through here from Marshall. Steezy is up in smoke. Now one more to go, and XENON Marshall just narrowly evading a quick trip to the lobby.
Oh, Sly Machine. All of a sudden, they go from the silent assassins to, unfortunately, the target of an assassin coming through here from XENON. Absolutely just brutal all the way around. And now NIGMA Galaxy, what is happening? They just took that emphatic win on Miramar. And now, all of a sudden, they've been relegated down to, well, 1.5, if we count Freak's HP right now. A follow-up nade coming through from FALCONS as well, as both Virtual Gaming and FALCONS White want to take NIGMA Galaxy out of the lobby. They do not want to deal with the Arabian Kings.
Oh, come on. There we have it. Absolute aggression coming through. And I think rightly so, right? The Arabian Kings, I mean, they've been really showing everything that they can master here. But now, it is down to Coops. I'm not quite sure whether or not Coops is bulletproof, right? We've seen Coops take a bit of damage in previous matches here. But now, I mean, FALCONS holding quite a bit of a presence still. This is going to prove to be quite challenging now for Coops to not only survive, but move on from this point.
Oh, FALCONS White. They want a bit of a resurgence as well. An opportunity to pick up a lot more eliminations before dealing with the rest of this lobby. And they're currently taking a little bit of a split as well before moving into this engagement against NIGMA Galaxy. We can see, I mean, with their current full 4 squad, they did take a bit of a 3 split on just to get a bit more information. But here it comes through. Puncher King already on the roof. Coops being absolutely surrounded by a sea of green, moving in and fully equipped with those shotguns, and just has to duck and dive out the window in the corner. But the shotguns are reigning supreme. UMPs in hand as well, and that will be, unfortunately, the end of NIGMA Galaxy, going down with 3 eliminations. So, yeah, I mean, it's a stark difference from Miramar. It is so wild to see.
Yeah, and I mean, that just shows you how the gameplay, how the strategy differs from map to map, right? A team that flourishes on one might not necessarily be able to replicate those efforts on the other 2 maps. So always a little bit of a potential surprise that could be waiting just around the bend. Speaking about surprises, though, and bends, I mean, we know we're on a circle, so it's already bent. But I'm curious to see which side that zone is going to be looking to take us. Is it going to take a northern shift, a southern shift, and essentially maybe center up on towards Mansion itself?
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting terrain. There we go. We're still going to be including that little portion right there by brute force. So this is where things start to get a bit interesting. Again, the terrain is going to be providing quite a bit of a tough time for the remaining teams. I mean, just looking at the position of, we can see Vision taking the position of FALCONS, now having to move in closer to zone. It's going to be tough. I mean, you can even just look at this compound stack that we can see, the 3-way piece between XENON, GEEKAY, and NASR, just absolutely stacked rim with teams, and even R8 and Vision towards the outskirts fighting for supremacy to keep themselves in this one. Just nade after nade, playing a little bit of a catch the nade.
Yeah. I mean, the best catch you can make is catching it with your teeth. You know, that garners you mad respect. You know, it's just next level respect coming through on that. I mean, you could maybe even call it a little bit of Riz. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe not push your luck. But either which way, right? Only apply that in game. Please, only in game. I don't know if I don't even think there's a feature like that. But either which way, right? R8 still going to be trying to bombard their way back into contention here. They have found a bit of an opportunity, as we can see. Vision Saif is on their knees, but now, oh, NASR also trying to step up to the plate. Tapok definitely has to watch out for those headshots, but NASR absolutely now getting pressured on down, and is up to Starch and XENON to try and uphold their name.
Let's take a look at this one. Bolt stepping up to the plate, but ooh, what a jump up here coming through from Starch. Already a turnaround here from NASR as well as R8 step on up. They would love to get a little bit more. NASR have been so good at getting eliminations up until this point, but now they stare down the barrel of a 1v3 situation. Down to the ground we go, and ooh, you are met with a grenade. Like we said, you have to catch it, man.
Yeah.
Instructions not clear. Unfortunate.
You gotta smile. That's it, right? You just gotta smile. When you see the nade,
Smile and
smile,
wave.
smile, catch it, throw it back, easy peasy, right? Yeah, it's not. Either which way, it is gonna be R8 now still keeping the heat up, as they are gonna try and push their way on forward. Oh, but RUKH will get knocked on down. It's up to Ida, and I'm not quite sure if Ida is gonna be able to survive it, but of course, then it is Mind switching over to a red dot Uzi to reach in and play at range. I'm not quite sure how this works, but we've seen it work time and time again. I guess if you're out of ammo, you gotta do what you gotta do. XENON also still looking to do whatever needs to be done, as they can just almost taste those few additional eliminations coming their way.
So close. Brute Force have just been on something else. A fantastic rotation has given them these beautiful cleanup opportunities, and they've been making use of it to perfection. Like we said, one of the first teams to really take a hold of that elevation. And now we take a look at this. XENON, once again, as we said, one of the few teams still with a compound in control. But FALCONS feeling the brunt of the action all the way towards those outskirts. And these long-distance bullets are just hitting the mark. Already one knocked. Oh, and a return onto R8 from XENON as they say, hello, how you do, goodbye, and go back to the lobby. XENON still holding onto these compounds. GEEKAY with the duo still keeping quiet. So for now, the focus is really on what Brute Force and XENON are going to be up to in the next few moments. FALCONS, in the meanwhile, they just need to find a way to get in, DK. But I mean, just look at this expanse that they have to travel across just to get into the zone.
I mean, I think this match is going to be between XENON, the one purple team, and the other purple team that we can see a little bit towards the north, right? That's what I'm kind of thinking. I think the FALCONS and GEEKAY, they are going to be looking to wrap this one up between themselves. As we know, Ragnar Gaith can definitely mount quite a bit of a defensive play here, but Puncher looking to potentially just punch through the defenses, and so far, things are looking to pay off for the side here of GEEKAY. But I mean, again, right, this could take a completely different twist, a completely different turn, as the teams are going to play this exactly the way that they want to play it.
Even the likes of FALCONS right now being able to get into this position, they're playing so well, they managed to get themselves here. I am so lost for words that I muted myself. I'm so good, what can I say? But let's take a look at this. Absolutely, it is going to be up to the teams in terms of the strategies they want to employ. We've been seeing such good textbook examples of how the teams have been taking these executions, especially in these sorts of situations. So I do need to just poise the question, what exactly the plan is for the likes of GEEKAY Esports. They have been so incredibly quiet into these compounds, naturally so, because they are very much outnumbered as the only team with a duo up. Now, sitting and waiting for their position, waiting for their opportunity to actually make something happen here is going to be so incredibly difficult as XENON gets pressured first. They need that distraction from Brute Force to come in to give themselves the opportunity to step up. And then even in that situation, lo and behold, they get sandwiched between themselves and, of course, the likes of FALCONS. So, tough situation right now for GEEKAY. We can see that here just with the overview, and it's going to come down to the timing for them if they are going to be able to make something happen.
You see, looking at Brute Force's position here, one would think it is a favorable spot to be in, right? But this is actually a very, very tough angle to hold because XENON, GEEKAY, and the Falcons will have a line of sight down onto Brute Force. So they're going to have to try and ride out the storm as best they can. They're going to have to wait for the zone to force the side of XENON, Falcons, and GEEKAY to move out of Mansion and get themselves back into zone before Brute Force can even look to start to do anything. I mean, the other approach is also then just to try and slowly encroach into Mansion, try and clean it up. Maybe a little bit of a here and there action, but now with the Falcons taking a completely different approach, this is exactly that opening that Brute Force now need.
It's also the opening that GEEKAY was looking for. Finally, they get a little bit of that pressure relief, specifically in the form of Falcons Whites taking damage. Puncher King actually moving up into that compound, finding Ragnar. This is not exactly what they were looking for, and they get saved by XENON. Of all of the reach across, this is not the one that you were expecting. Look, it's great for GEEKAY, but they've lost a member in the result. They've given up their position. All of a sudden, now XENON is just sitting pretty ready to be poised and ready to take out the likes of Brute Force potentially. However, it's going to be up to them. It is a perfect 4-on-4 situation. Brute Force with great position in mind, at least now getting some cover. However, that zone is going to be constricting, and both of these teams will have to get a move on. So who dares makes the move first?
I'm sticking to it. It's going to be Brute Force and XENON fighting for the winner chicken dinner. I said it before. I'm going to stick to my guns. And speaking about guns, Gaith! Now I'm going to be looking to, well, get a little bit of the action here as well, but Lazy Lion is not going to just sit around and wait, right? They are going to be keeping a very keen eye on it. But that is actually a beautiful distraction now for Brute Force to try and capitalize upon, right? XENON focusing down into GEEKAY, and this allows Brute Force now to start to encircle them and try and see if they can get the jump and potentially maybe even secure themselves that winner with a chicken dinner.
Ooh, here it comes through. XENON now having to make the dash. Ooh, Senkei out in the open. Yato just stepping on up with a spray transfer, but getting taken down as Neos tries to reach across, but not in time. They will find themselves at a bit of a disadvantage here. It is going to be a 3v2 situation, but they are scattered. They are desperately looking for the likes of XENON.
Oh, XENON could be looking to turn this one around. A good play. Oh, Prepod with the hit. Now it is down to one. Carry Boy going to be the Lone Ranger, the last defender left to carry the honor forward here for the side of XENON. It is a 3v1. I don't see a world in which Carry Boy can survive this quite easily, especially being so close to the edge of zone. But who knows? We might be completely mistaken. The blue zone is going to help decide the fate here for them. As Carry Boy now needs to hold on. Molly is there, and that is it. The Broody Fruities step up, gets themselves a lovely winner chicken dinner right here on match number 3.
Whew, there it is. I mean, what a change up. And again, going into this matchup after what an incredible win that we saw from the likes of NIGMA Galaxy, even the likes of XENON, the way that they were performing, we had a completely different story in mind. We had a completely different result in mind. But DK is going to be very happy with this one. Brute Force rising to the top. Let's take a look at those match rankings, because they were hot and heavy. I mean, 10 and 11 eliminations respectively for XENON and Brute Force moving into that final engagement.
And I definitely say that the only reason, well, not the only reason, but what played a big role in the opportunity here for Brute Force, of course, was the play coming through from GEEKAY, right? If it wasn't for GEEKAY being there, I think XENON, they might have played this one completely differently. So, well done to it. But actually, you called it all the way back, right, in the first match. Right, you said you wanted to see either Virtual Gaming Squad or Brute Force step up and have a bit of a winner chicken dinner when it comes to Erangel. So, you know, in all technicalities, you're actually the one that called it out.
You called the position, I called the attempt at a result. But hey, the teams have been absolutely just breaking all of our expectations. So while we take a break, while we try and reset ourselves and get an idea of what we could possibly be expecting moving on to a map like Sanhok, we're going to be taking a short break and getting a little bit of a refresher. So we'll be right back after a short time.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. We're getting ready to hop into the next match. We are, of course, heading right over into a little bit of that jungle fever, that jungle action. Of course, it is going to be time for Sanhok. But before we even get there, right, we have a few things that we need to take a bit of a look at. And, of course, well, our top damage dealers.
It's just pain, is all I see. I only see pain. Brute Force XENON, my goodness gracious. We are looking at 2,000 damage from that previous matchup. You can understand why they got into the position they did, why they became those two leaders in that previous Erangel. I mean, that is just a disgusting amount of back and forth and just dealing the absolute worst to the surrounding teams. But I mean, taking a look at some of the other teams that actually managed to bring a little bit of that resurgence, we definitely have to give it up to NASR and RTG. And again, the two teams we highlighted at the beginning of the day, feeling like there is something there. There definitely is that little bit of a shining light at the end of the tunnel for those two teams. It again just needs to come through in terms of that final conversion with placement points and a little bit of that consistency, and we could be seeing them having a really good rise to the overall rankings.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely not much that you can fault with what we've been seeing so far here today. And of course, Sanhok is going to be that golden opportunity for the teams to secure even more of an upset, even more opportunity to just go absolutely crazy, maybe even go a little bit ham. And, find a lot of spice all over the place. But who knows? We're going to have to wait until we get into that match as well. But of course now, right, we're getting to that point where the teams are definitely starting to look a lot more comfortable, right? We're not seeing any of those nerves that we had come to the plate yesterday. The teams picking up the momentum, picking up the pacing. And, I mean, looking even just at how the teams dealt with this past Erangel, a very, very exciting approach. I mean, it was good to see the zone definitely deciding to relax a little bit more, right? Not going all too crazy, but if you look at this, though, XENON, Brute Force, I mean, both teams just trying everything that they can find.
I mean, it's absolutely no surprise that we are seeing such a resurgence from these two teams. Brute Force, one of the few that have been consistent. One of the few that is constantly in the discussion. So, again, they are just etching over every other team in terms of that consistency, in terms of that performance, that it's going to be very difficult to catch up to a team like that, even with an exponential growth in your performance, if it's not consistent. So even for NIGMA Galaxy, who, like we said, nearly got basically a back-to-back from all of their yesterday points into just one single match, picking up almost that exact same amount. They made that happen. Fantastic. But now, moving on to the rest of the matches, it needs to be continued. And especially moving into a map like Sanhok, of all maps, where... well, guess who won yesterday, Sanhok? It was none other than Brute Force. So we can't be letting Brute Force just go and have a field day on their own. We need to have the other teams up and give that competition.
Why not? Why not, right? Bring on all the competition that you can, right? The Broody Fruities are going to be ready for it. Sorry, I thought out loud. In the meanwhile, it does seem like I've been calling Xenox XENON. I mean, it's a zzz sound either which way. Most of the letters are there. I'll try my utmost to pronounce the name the right way around. Speaking of which, though, Sanhok, you can't mess this one up, right? It's easy. It only goes one way, and that is right into the jungle. So I'm curious to see where our first initial zone is going to be popping off. Of course, over on Sanhok, I want to see a little bit of a challenge, right? Maybe a little bit of a something over towards like that trifecta region. I know you're going to be so happy with the shift down into Cave. We did see that come through in the PMPL as well. So maybe a little bit of something down towards Camp Charlie, Docks Cave, maybe even Quarry, right? Anything within that vicinity, I think, could provide quite a bit of excitement here for the teams. But regardless of what the zone is going to present, I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be ready to meet it head on regardless.
They have to be. They absolutely have to be. And again, this is... once again, a resurgence of the hot chop action. Here we are with virtual gaming. Ew, even Sly up in the elimination feed, picking up a few tags there over towards NASR, and it's a back and forth battle. So, my goodness gracious, everyone, we just got off of the back of a massive Erangel. Now here we are immediately into the action, into the craze.
Well, speaking about grades, be sure to tell us who you are here to support, right? Give them a shout out in the chat, say vote, and then the team's tag. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking to see exactly what Slime Machine and NASR can look to do, as we do have a little bit of that hot drop action now presenting itself. Oh, but up comes the hot heat. All the sprays that they can find. And NASR dealing absolute devastation into the side of Slime Machine, but it's not going to stop there, as GEEKAY and Virtual Gaming Squad are now going to be looking to go at it as well. I mean, no surprise to see these teams really fighting for possession of Bootcamp. It is a very decent setup, especially being on the southern side of this current zone.
Oh my goodness gracious, we are just going from action to action to action, but absolutely here it is. We say goodbye to our silent assassins and we move over to the action here between GEEKAY and Virtual Gaming. Now again, to reiterate, GEEKAY would love to have a much better start to this matchup than what we saw previously over towards that Erangel. They managed to get into those top placements, but they had to do so with a duo. So here, the focus is to not lose any further players, to hopefully get a few eliminations, more so than the one that they've already garnered, and to continue the fight, because Sanhok always will be a fantastic opportunity to just get into the chaos, to get into those eliminations, and potentially bolster yourself up with a great amount of momentum for the last few maps. But here it goes. Amjed very close up and personal with those wonderful shotguns. You can see Gaith, exact information. No meds to work with. They only have shotties. Their shots have to rain true, or we could be saying goodbye to GEEKAY.
Woo! All right. Well, give Gaith a DBS, and they can make a little bit of magic happen here. But now it's down to your Falls and Mosta. See if they can carry Virtual Gaming Squad out of Bootcamp, or maybe just through the contention here against the side of GEEKAY. I mean, GEEKAY, I like the fact that they are stepping up to the plate, right? Getting the confirmation up into Amjid as well. And this is really that kind of boost that they need to team morale, right? Feeling so much more comfortable sitting with a great tally with regards to those eliminations up. But are they going to be able to follow through? They have the numbers advantage, but now they're going to find a few meds along the way as well.
Absolutely. Get a little bit of that loot up. Again, a sustained battle, it does bode well for the likes of GEEKAY. As long as there aren't any surprises from the likes of Virtual Gaming, this could be the turnaround they were looking for. And this is exactly what I would want. I mean, after a very tough Erangel, you want a team like GEEKAY Esports to get that momentum back. And a map like Sanhok, perfect opportunity to do that. I mean, just the sheer amount of action and chaos that reigns on this map is the prime place to sort of shake up the standings. We can see FALCONS just on the edge there, starting their rotation up into that zone. They should likely not jump into this action, but maybe if they hear enough shots, they might be interested to take a little bit of a peek. You can see Virtual Gaming just locking things down, waiting to see if that will be the case. And no, they are safe. But however, they still need to deal with the threat that is GEEKAY Esports. And again, loot not in the best standing.
But I mean, what was funny for me about this is, right, GEEKAY and Virtual Gaming Squad, both teams, as they heard the vehicles approaching, they were like, shh, not yet. Don't make noise.
Please.
Don't make noise. Let's see if we can make this one through, right? Just hold steady. And then as the cars move away, they're like, okay, right, back to business. Let's see. Are we going to be able to walk away with all the eliminations that we need right here? And I mean, like, this might be a bit of a short-lived play, because not only did we just see the FALCONS rotate right on through, we still have many other teams that are yet to take a very similar kind of approach, right? NASR, XENON, NIGMA, the World of Battle, Twisted, Clear Vision, they all still need to get themselves positioned in. I don't particularly think that Clear Vision are necessarily going to be rotating all the way to Bootcamp. That rotation doesn't make all too much sense, but regardless, this is Sanhok, so if you make too much noise, you are going to get found out. So let's see how far this play can go as your Foz now tries to play on the audio cues. Meanwhile, it is going to be RUKH Esports now looking to apply a little bit of the pressure down on towards R8 as they look to come knocking on the door right here in towards the Paradise Resort.
Well, here we go. Brute Force is also towards the northern side of this alongside Vision and, of course, the likes of FALCONS who just made that rotation. So, again, making noise in this area is going to be a bit of a fun one, but it might provide RUKH Esports that equal opportunity as well, just to catch up, to get a bit more of those eliminations. And this is just that return of what we saw in the elimination feed earlier on. Slime Machine just stepping up with some great shotgun kills, but unfortunately It did not quite result in them staying up to the Sanhok. But back we go. It looks like GK is finally going to be making that final push into virtual gaming. They want to get this one locked in and they want to get rotated out of this position as we do see a few more teams having to move into the southern portion.
Yeah, and that is going to bring quite a bit of spice along with it. But now, still, the Foz, most are going to be feeling most of the heat coming through from the side here of GK. No one wants to be the next one down, right? Everybody just going to try and hold on as best they possibly can. You can see Brute Force, they also lost a play up towards the north thanks to Al-Hajj. You know, exploring the region a little bit there so we can see where the teams currently find themselves situated. NASR also with a nice casual stroll. Again, not overly aggressive with any rotations, not really committing hard and fast to any particular spot just yet. But with the next phase coming through, that might have to be the play. As, well, the teams might not have much of a choice. And I'm curious to see exactly where Virtual Gaming Squad and the players here from GK will have to go. As the map, rather, the zone pops all the way up towards the north. I almost said the road, but then I realized, well, that's not a thing.
Yeah, the row zone, row your boat. Who knows?
Yeah,
Either way,
yeah.
teams might have to row their boats. We've got so much water included once again. I don't understand, like, why we are just heading to the outskirts of all of these maps. Even a map like Sanhok, it is small enough as it is. Yet we are still just diminishing the returns on the available space for these teams. So, yeah, for GK, Virtual Gaming, please get a move on. We've been here way too long. Boot camp is stale. There's no more loot. Let us leave. But again, the approach the GK are taking, understandably so, they need to be tactical and they are being as careful as they possibly can. They do not want to have a repeat of that previous Erangel. They want to get to the final moments of the Sanhok match because they need to pick up those points. So I'm all for it. And again, the longer this battle draws out, it hurts Virtual Gaming more than it hurts GK. They've had the opportunity to loot up. They've had the opportunity to run around as Virtual Gaming has been listening to them and get whatever they need to win this next battle. So we'll keep an eye out on the elimination feed. Meanwhile, taking a look at a few of the stragglers we have on the map, of course, it is in the case of Twisted Minds, the World of Battle, NIGMA Galaxy, as well as NASR. Who do you think, DK, right now, are going to have the most trouble getting in? Oh, I'll have to ask you later because R8 and RUKH have decided to heat things up.
I think the World of Battle are going to have a pretty tough time, seeing that they're going for a rotation right now out in the blue. But in the meanwhile, GK, Virtual Gaming Squad, oh, they've started to get the ball rolling as both teams are now holding on to a two-piece here, evening out the board. But both teams still need to get their butts back into the zone. Meanwhile, it's going to be RUKH Esports and R8 pushing the engagement even further. R8 already feeling quite a bit of the pressure, but as does RUKH Esports. Both teams again finding themselves on very even ground. But up comes Ida. Beautiful sneak in, but Rami can sense all these difficult plays coming through. But let's see if Rami can take those senses to the next level as they will get tested, get tried, and will they succeed? Well, we don't know quite yet. But Rami needs to find a solution to the HP bar that is starting to take a bit of a dip.
Oh, let's take a look at this Rami trying to hold on desperately. RUKH, this is not what we were looking for, but unfortunately, it is the reality. Jumping out with one elimination. Meanwhile, we take a look at GK, and lo and behold, Virtual Gaming have managed to pick up the one member. So this is back to a 2v2. Ragnar steps up, finds Yafuz, and now only one more. They have waited so long for this opportunity. It's only Moster standing in the way from GK and having a successful hot drop. But oh, perfect connection as Moster is still in this, on to a 1v1 in the blue for supremacy of this bootcamp position.
Well, all they can do is hope, right? That is all GK can do at this point. So let's see who's going to be the team to clutch it out. It is a 1v1, the final decisive play. In the meanwhile, we do see RTG and Twisted Minds up north. But both Hope and Moster going to try and keep themselves patched up as best they can. Ooh, there we go. Come on, Hope. Maybe going to come in with a bit of a surprise play. It is going to be jump shots galore. And Moster with Moster the damage. as they do find a little bit of that celebratory spray down. GEEKAY getting sent away in 14th, but now it is going to be RTG looking to constrict even more so onto Twister, but Crypto says no. Down goes the hits, an absolute domination. Oh, but the third party, Clear Vision, having to play the upset. That was such a hopeful play coming through from Crypto.
Oh, Crypto is going to be slamming their desk right now. That was so incredibly close. But unfortunately for us, DK, no time to breathe, no time to even think. It is brute force up against the likes of XENON, a return of what we just saw on Erangel. This time, though, it looks like it might be ending in a very different result. Carry Boy stepping up, a massive shot onto Mind, and now we take a look at it. It is a 2-on-2 situation. It is just chaos reigning supreme in this area. Once again, have to consider the fact that Vision are so close. They hear all of this action going down. They know there's an opportunity for them to swoop on in and get as many eliminations as possible. And it looks like that trigger will be right around the corner.
Well, let's see, do they have their hands on those triggers as well, right? Up comes the British, trying to find a bit of reach. It is down to Prepod and Neo's. Not necessarily the kind of approach that they want to be taking, but we do also then see the end there of XENON, as they will get sent away in 12th place. Now it is going to be up to Vision, looking to assert their dominance right here into the lovely cow. But brute force, Clear Vision, there could be a lot of opportunities on the edge. And the Wall of Battle also now, surprisingly, managing to survive the damage coming through from the blue zone as they come out with their botation, wrapping all the way around from down south where we saw them hop in the boat. And I don't quite know how they do this, but they've managed to make it all the way back in towards the zone.
You gotta love it. I mean, we've had so much happen in a matter of seconds. I mean, still just even going back to that engagement there from Mosta, managing to clutch it out from Paul Virtual Gaming, right into a whole battle between Brute Force and XENON there. It's too much. It's too much. No, it's too much. But hey, we take a look at it now. We've got a few potential great upsets here. Clear Vision up with 3 eliminations, which is something that we've been waiting for the likes of Clear Vision, finally having that opportunity. And look, here it is. Look for an opportunity here for the cleanup up against Brute Force. They will have to immediately, unfortunately, face the likes of Vision. So careful. But let's take a look at this one. RTG, a little battle with that botation onto the coastal line, and we still have Mosta just lurking in the corners out in the blue right behind FALCONS. So there is so many opportunities, DK, yet the zone still continues to take away the land.
I mean, it's going to happen, but, well, RTG, as we saw, very eager to get their hands on a little bit of that upgraded loot out in the drink. But is that potentially going to be a play to bite them in the butt, right? We don't quite know just yet. Meanwhile, Clear Vision looking to expand as they now feel primed and ready to roll. They are one of the few teams still left with a full squad. And again, right, numbers definitely allowing the teams a lot more flexibility moving into these later few phases. Speaking about flexibility, right, let's see just how flexible NIGMA and the FALCONS can be when both teams are contesting for that entry point into the next phase.
Take a look at it now. NIGMA, just a little bit of a peeking and prodding, trying to find an opportunity here. Lord, once again, trying to get those pixel perfect shots this time, though. No AMR in sight just yet. We'll see. Maybe a surprise care package will give us a surprise. But hey, R8 also making quick work potentially there of Clear Vision. A knock and a half coming through with their late rotation. Clear Vision unfortunately focusing on the rotation and the zone to not really be in a position to hold off that defense line. Even, I mean, for the likes of Brute Force, they've had to split up in a 1v1 with Prepod taking a swim in the water, just trying to keep an eye out on that survivability. But here it is, FALCONS moving in for the cleanup.
Well, let's see whether or not they are going to be able to get a clean sweep. So far, it's looking relatively okay-ish. I mean, RUKH coming through with a beautiful defense as they do find Puncher King. And now, FALCONS not having a lot of options remaining. It is down to AXA and P6. But as we know, P6, well, a little bit further off. And up comes the pushes, the plays. FALCONS white looking to bag the eliminations. RUKH Hoops holding up as much of a defensive here as they can possibly manage. Oh, I love these jump shots. But it's all going to come down to the very wire. NIGMA Galaxy secures the finishing blow, sending the Falcons back with only one elimination to their name.
Oh no, we take a look at this. What is happening? Clearshot have just abandoned all hope and faith and jumped in water. No opportunity for them to hold on to the land thanks to all of that action from Vision and RH respectively. As we saw, Prepod already into the water as soon as the opportunity arose, already looting that wonderful care package. But what can it do for them in this situation? Zone at least does finally favor the land, and we do see the World of Battle in a prime position now, center zone, to hold on into this next phase and potentially turn this into a win. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, rotations is going to be the name of the game as we wait to see how these teams are going to try and get themselves set up.
Ooh, now this is going to be a very important play coming through here for NASR. Let's see if they can get the breach secured. Oh, there we go. NASR gets the sweep, and down goes NIGMA Galaxy. Down to the final 8 we are. We still have Mosa there from the side of Virtual Gaming Squad, holding strong and steady. R8 also going to be meeting their end up on towards this northeastern side. But now the World of Battle looking to step up. They are yet to find any eliminations. They still have a full squad up and able. But they've got a golden opportunity over on towards Clear Vision as well as Freepod. And of course then Riva coming through there from RTG.
I do. I'm just worried about the timing of this opportunity now. We can see, again, the angles are in favor for the likes of, let's say, NASR, as an example, right? But they still have to move into the zone. As they do that, the World of Battle and Quest immediately open up an opportunity to take them out. We can see that Mad Dash moves in. Muhammad, thankfully, does go down, so it does open up an opportunity here just to get settled. Clear Vision now trying desperately to get onto that coastal line, having been thwarted here by the likes of the World of Battle. So much damage now being dealt. And RTG and the likes of Prepod there from Brute Force hasn't even attempted it due to the sheer number of damage and the sheer block that they are going to be experiencing as soon as they even think about getting onto the mainland.
Yeah, Rio are definitely starting to run out of options and potentially starting to run out of health as well. As you can see, that HP bar being extremely low. But now, Clear Vision trying to bring themselves back into contention as we do say goodbye to Riva, not managing to survive. And that is Clear Vision also in a world of trouble. The World of Battle, though, looking to be an absolute nuisance at this point in time. 2 players up, having to try and piece themselves back together. Is going to be up to Vision, also looking pretty confident at this point. One of only 2 potential teams left on 4 players. I mean, the World of Battle, they are going to be trying to get those reses secured. But if they can't pull it off, that is going to be dealing quite a blow into their survivability.
Absolutely. But I mean, for NASR, this is, again, such a great resurgence. We've been waiting for it. I mean, it's been so close every time. You know, a few little bit of eliminations here, a potential there, but then those placements just don't quite translate. Here, they find themselves in the top 7. It's a massive opportunity, but let's wait and see. Meanwhile, it's going to be Vision and the World of Battle to duke it out here for that eastern side.
Ooh, Tapok with a very cheeky approach. Ah, Muhammad with the defense, though, and that is going to be Vision trying to seal the fate of the World of Battle. Krona, oh, beautiful trade as they put a stop to the advances there of Tapok. But now it's a 1v1, and Saif looks to show the aggression, and with that they do secure the wipe down onto the World of Battle. One shot, playing a little bit of that Aquaman sneak as they push on through, but NASR coming in with a third party does secure the spray down, and it is like an absolute fest going on here. I mean, it's just carnage all over the place.
Absolutely. Double digits for NASR. I'm elated. This is one of the teams that I thought, okay, well, it might have been the zombie show match that did this to me, but I just wanted to see what they were going to be doing, what they were going to be bringing to, you know, the fruition here for them. And I mean, we have to keep in mind, right, moving into this matchup, NASR only had 14 points. Now they are nearly covering all of those points that they've received for the last day and a half in one simple match with eliminations. But oh, It is not over just yet. Pre-pod goes down. That is going to be brute force down and out. No third winner chicken dinner this time. And we go down to our top three. A top three we have been waiting for. Clear Vision, NASR, and Quest Esports once again back at it to see who's going to be taking the top slot.
Well, that is indeed going to be the question we are going to be looking to have answered right here. But now, it is going to be a very rough trade all over the place. Quest, definitely, they've been showing quite a good performance with regards to the previous Sanhok that we've seen, right? NASR, I love how they've been able to increase their overall play coming through here. The same can be said for Clear Vision, right? So far, this is the best Sanhok we've seen come through from Clear Vision and NASR within this championship. So there's a lot of pressure now riding on the shoulders for the side of Quest to see whether or not they can hold true, whether or not they can step up as the absolute dominating force, just being able to just whittle their way through the opposing teams. But of course, still quite a bit of an opposition here. Quest, though, they do have 4 players on their feet, and this is exactly the kind of numbers you need to push for that winner chicken dinner.
It is. Unfortunately, position is not looking too great. They will have to head through either Clear Vision or NASR. But that opening nade from Clear Vision might be the thorn in the side of NASR and the opportunity that Quest needs to take this one back. There is the dash. They have an opportunity, a direct line of sight into the zone. And this could spell disaster for either Clear Vision or NASR.
Well, let's see how this one is going to unfold. NASR down to 1. Clear Vision holding on to 2, but a very cheeky hit onto RUKH as VanKid steps up, just laying in 3 for 3 so far. Now it is just Kante standing between VanKid and a very, very strong finish. Just those double-digit elims are waiting on the edge, but Kante does secure the finishing blow into the side there of NASR, and now it is a 1v2 contention. As you can see, Easy getting picked up. Kante now having to do whatever they can to secure the finish here. Kante, I don't believe they've got any meds left, so this is going to be a golden opportunity for one shot. And VanKid, VanKid gets dropped, but a one shot lands the finishing blow to secure the winner chicken dinner. Clear Vision coming out of nowhere. I mean, in the previous match that we had on Sanhok, Clear Vision secured only 1 point. Just 1 point. Now they walk away with, 18, 19 points, right? Absolutely phenomenal performance coming through here from Clear Vision. And this is exactly what we are looking for, right? This is exactly what we are waiting to see within this championship.
That is a Sanhok I couldn't ask for. I couldn't even script how well that went. I mean, the idea that NASR are picking up such a great amount of eliminations, getting themselves into the top 3, easily doing better than what they have in the last day and a half of play. I mean, just massive. They Clear Vision as well. I mean, an exact copy-paste performance nearly, and bringing in the best performance we've seen from them so far. This is a brilliant Sanhok. Quest Esports, I mean, I think they have secured themselves as the top performer in Sanhok since we've only had 2 of them. You know, it's not really that many. So either way, they're also going to be celebrating. It was a fantastic matchup, but just look at that. Clear Vision, NASR Esports. I mean, it is about time we get to sing their praises.
Yeah, I mean, rightly so. So, you know, big congratulations going out to the side of Clear Vision. NASR, amazing play. Quest doing what they could. I mean, the only team that could beat them yesterday was Brute Force, and they only beat them with 2 points, right? And that came through with the winner chicken dinner. But Quest was the most aggressive team that we had on Sanhok, picking up double-digit eliminations. Today, things taking a slightly different play out here. Of course, as we know, not exactly hitting those double digits, but still a very satisfactory performance nonetheless. And unfortunately, Twisted Minds, the only team not being able to secure themselves any points within this match. So, yeah, Twisted Minds, we definitely want to see a lot more coming through from them. I mean, of course, we've got 2 more matches to go, so let's see, maybe that could still change up.
Yeah, well, I really do hope it will. But let's go take a look at a few more positive stats, like the likes of head-to-heads. In a comparison that I really am very curious about, it is going to be Quest and, of course, NASR. So, I mean, yes, I'm just understandably so, why we are looking at these two teams. It is because we haven't had an opportunity to really delve into their performance so far, and this has been the start, hopefully, of something great and hopefully of something consistent. Clear Vision, I have to highlight the way in which they were making those transitions. Again, massively difficult transition. I have to remind you, they had to swim around to the coastline just to get into safety, and they managed to still turn that one into a win. For NASR, it was that consistency, that aggression, and again, just the beautiful spray downs that we saw moving into the great elimination count. This breakdown between GEEKAY and Virtual Gaming was so weird. So weird. It took so long, and the result, not at all what we were expecting.
Yeah, definitely not the result that we were expecting, but we did see a few things also happening with regards to the leaderboards, right? There's been a team that has hit the triple digits. Well, we won't name names just yet. We'll wait until we can talk about that on screen, but a very exciting Sanhok coming through here. I mean, the teams, right, it's like they took the zone upon themselves. Normally we see the zone be quite a bit of a menace, but instead this time around we had the teams being the menace all over the place. I mean, Clear Vision, as we said, having a very tough time getting themselves secured back onto the island, trying to find themselves on a bit of that dry ground. But what a turning point though, because I mean, looking at the approach coming through from the side of Quest, right? They had the numbers, they had so much leaning in their favor, but Clear Vision just managing to turn it on its head and step up and claim themselves that winner chicken. Did an absolutely amazing play. And of course, while we process everything that we've just looked at, we are also then going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll be back in a very short few moments. What's up, guys? Welcome back. We're getting ready to hop into yet another bout of action as we are going to be approaching our very final Erangel of the day. Now, we've been seeing so much insanity unfolding all over the place. Sanhok, absolutely one for the books. But as we got to take a look at our performances, right? Our top potentiators when it comes to Erangel.
Yeah, moving into the last Erangel of the day, we're starting to get the picture. I mean, XENON Brute Force, my goodness gracious, even in this previous Sanhok, the odds of them finding one another and just having to go toe-to-toe, it's ridiculous. There is still the question being posed to the likes of RTG and R8. I think they have a very similar approach in terms of that early aggression that has both yielded good bad results. I mean, we saw the likes of RTG also picking up some great eliminations, even on the likes of Miramar. R8, surprise, surprise, in Sanhok, they were a force to be reckoned with, but consistency is still going to be key if we want to beat the likes of Brute Force, who right now are going to be our focus moving into this last Erangel. Are they going to be the dominating force? Because we have to remind ourselves, they are the only team right now with double winner-winner chicken dinners.
I mean,
and look at those points.
Yes, right. 109. Our first team to hit over a century, but they already did that a little while ago, before we even made it up into Sanhok. But it is what it is, right? Now, of course, we are going to be looking to see what these teams are going to be doing coming into this match. And, I mean, a nice flight path. Very, very close to center, but still allowing the teams some pretty strong accessibility to a big majority of this map.
Well, yeah, it's just going to be the question of where this zone is going to be going, because I am just concerned, but I'm not going to say why. We'll have to wait and see. I would like a bit more of a center zone. I don't know, like, I feel like we've missed so many areas of the west of Erangel for so long. What do you think?
I mean, if it's going to be a Western shift, that would definitely add another layer of complexity to these teams, right? And the challenges that they'll have to face pushing through this Erangel. But essentially, I mean, this is kind of a Western zone. Not exactly, but it's close enough. It's kind of there, it's kind of not. But what we can say, though, that it is beautifully centered up onto the Sunken City. So whoever's going to be looking to get themselves situated up into the Sunken City ruins, or even the Headshot Hills, that is going to be an interesting play to come through. But yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of time before we see anyone really committing to any particular rotation, at least for now. Because, of course, it's looting stage.
And the zone is nice and centered. So it does give us a lot opening here into this Erangel. Hopefully a bit of a change, but we'll see. Looking at some of the positions that we're seeing, no surprise towards Promosk, Quarry side, and of course Virtual Gaming over towards the military base islands. We have seen a bit of a change in some of the earlier positions, but it might just be a case of rotations. Brute Force heading still towards Yasnai Poliana. So I will be keeping my eye out on what they're planning to do here, because they have zone, they have such great looting opportunities. They've been left to their own devices. So again, potential prime opportunity for them to bring in a different kind of play. And Slime Machine, it's been a bit of an up and down roller coaster experience with Slime Machine. I don't know what our Silent Assassins are planning, but I feel like there should be more from them. I feel like they have that ability to give us a dominating performance, but it's again, I don't know if it's their silent ninja tactics that are working against them, but there's something lacking here that I just can't quite get my finger on.
Well, I don't know. It's difficult to say, right? We're gonna have to really pay close attention to the side of Slime Machine to figure out exactly what that could potentially be inferring. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be looking over to the side here of XENON, as they are taking an interesting spread. We do see Carry Boy and Senkei now pushing up in towards North George, and we've got Marshall and Co pushing into South George. So a very broad spread approach coming through from the side of XENON. I mean, it's risky, but you know, maybe it could work. Who knows?
Maybe it could work. Yeah, look, it's again that case of we have to wait and see, because we don't know. We really don't. We've been trying our best to get these predictions in, and yeah, the teams have just been going against what we've been saying. Even for the likes of XENON, right? A team that is so close and contentious to the likes of Brute Force, our leaders currently. Just it's so close, but they haven't yet converted this insane performance that they've seen today with a winner chicken dinner, which to me is ridiculous. How are they sitting in the top 4 slots without a winner chicken dinner? Well, eliminations, great close placement points as well. But yeah, it's the exact same position. I thought Sly Machine also would have had that previous matchup in that position, and then we just saw wild shotgun kills. So hey, it will be an interesting one. Meanwhile, taking a look back at what's currently happening on this Erangel before we get ahead of ourselves of what could happen, we do have a center position for GK and the battle going to be joined alongside NIGMA Galaxy, and that is going to be the trio that currently holds our zone. Again, it's that Ruins to Rezok to, you know, a little bit lower of a southern position for NIGMA Galaxy that could see either of these teams having a resurgence in points, especially for the likes of GK. That Sanhok was close. It was so close of an opportunity for them, and the World of Battle in a similar situation. NIGMA Galaxy, they just want to shock us all with their pixel perfect shots again and hopefully take another winner chicken dinner.
Well, they got to float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. You know what else floats as well? A duck.
Yeah, apparently you were a duck. So tell me,
I
when
mean,
did that happen?
I have no quacking clue when that could have happened, but you know what? It is what it is. I'll just sit here and float
Quack,
along. Yes, sir. Speaking about ducks, though, I mean the teams could potentially be looking to duck and dive their way through a few of these sprays. I mean, RTG getting a little bit closer towards NIGMA, but I think for NIGMA this is an absolutely phenomenal spot to hold. Right, that church. When it's within zone, it's always a position that you can see teams liking to kind of get themselves situated in. But now, with it being much closer to the side, being much closer to center zone, it will allow such great vantage points coming through for them. And I mean, even looking at XENON, holding a very similar position up in towards the Ruins region, again, allows them great opportunities for any teams potentially trying to get themselves situated into this next zone.
It's going to be a tough one. And again, the pathing that you're going to be taking for this to get yourself situated, it's a 50-50 at this point, right? I mean, even Clear Vision right now, giving a little bit of love over towards Potato Hill, which I really like, but lo and behold, right up to the north of them, it's none other than NASR, who, again, was their competitor in that previous Sanhok. So I find it hilarious that these two are just rotating shoulder to shoulder. But hey, talk about shoulders. Yeah, NK is having a bit of a shoulder bash up against RUKH Esports, and unfortunately, it's not going to be working out. I think their shotguns just had a few bit of bullets, but here we go. A rotation now comes through from RA to take their distraction away. So the two of XENON now having to do a little bit of math here, how they will be able to survive the situation, because they are currently very split up. Lion and Marshall having to, yeah, deal with a very tough situation.
I mean, they got to be careful, otherwise they could get themselves crossed off the lobby list, right? I mean, these teams definitely looking to step it up, and the only team that has lost players is the side here of XENON, so the pressure is there. But will they be able to survive? And I like that slight showing of cheekiness coming through from RUKH Esports, right? They saw an opportunity, they grabbed hold of it with everything they could find. But now, they need to do a little bit more than just sit prettily, right? They need to try and apply that pressure, apply the angles onto the side of XENON, because if you let Marshall and Lazy Lion do what they like, they are going to be able to apply, rather return quite a bit of that favor onto the side of RUKH.
I mean, we're talking about RUKH versus, of course, the likes of XENON. We are talking about 13th place versus 4th. XENON sitting prettily. They are having such a field day today. They've really just stepped on up in a whole different way that this Erangel matchup almost, you know, doesn't quite scare them as much. Whereas for RUKH, if they can take out the 4th best team on the overall standings right now, get themselves eliminations, get themselves this situation and this location, this is what they need. This is desperately what they need. So, going to be curious now to see what this rotation is going to mean for them. A little bit of a reverse back into the compound. Lazy Lion going to take that opportunity just to get some damage numbers in. And we've got a bit more of a parking situation going on here as well. Meanwhile, we do have to take a look at the rotation. RUKH, they have that split now going for them. Bit of a 3-1 as they are trying to keep a hold of where XENON is going. But look at this! The push up into Lazy Lion's territory might mean disaster for XENON.
Well, this could definitely be quite the troubling play for XENON indeed. But I mean, for RUKH, this is of the utmost importance because looking at their performances so far today, right, they've only been able to secure themselves 5 points. That's it. Only 5 points, and that is off the back of 4 matches. So, RUKH, they're going to have to dig deep in this game. They're going to have to find a way to get themselves back into contention. I mean, they are a very, very strong team when it comes to this map, so there's no excuse for them not to step up and perform here. But will they be able to get it done? There's only 2 players left for the side of XENON, and I think that could be a phenomenal boost to the overall team morale. And I like this position that they are trying to play, just absolutely bombarding Lazy Lion with utility from all over.
No choice, no chance even. I mean, you've literally got a 4-way crossfire on your position. Unfortunately for Lazy Lion, they could not run fast enough. They weren't able to regroup with Marshall. And now, once again, a 4-on-1. A beautiful isolation coming through from RUKH. This is the RUKH we've been waiting for. A resurgence, potentially, of map 1 RUKH. But we'll have to wait and see. Marshall going to absolutely fight their best to stay alive. Did manage to get the 1 knock, but it's not going to unfortunately translate into an elimination. Good try, though. I like the spirit. Either way, as you said, XENON, they're currently sitting in 4th place, so losing out on this matchup, going down with no eliminations, no placement points, is not necessarily going to spell disaster for them. It is going to spell a potential for RUKH, however. So, moving on into this matchup, we also mentioned briefly a team of the likes of course, Twisted Minds. And I'm going to, again, add GEEKAY into that mix-up because they're the 2 teams right now that, unfortunately, are at the bottom of the overall standings. So, yeah, I don't even know how to break this one down. I mean, is there anything that stands out to you as something that they desperately need to just employ in this matchup to see a different result?
I don't know, it's going to be pretty tough, right? Because we've got so many factors to try and take into consideration here. I mean, we still have 15 teams left in this lobby, and we are pretty deep with regards to where we are in zones. So there's not a lot of space left for anyone really to try and wiggle their way around. So I think it's all going to come down to how determined these teams are and how good they are with, keeping their focus, maintaining their their eyes on the prize, right? Keeping it right there, ensuring that they stay cool, calm, and collected. And well, with an approach like that coming through from GEEKAY, I mean, there's not much that the World of Battle can do in retaliation. But a good opportunity here from RTG as well, reaching in, playing a bit of an upset, and of course, well, helping Ragnar back into the lobby.
No. I just asked what GEEKAY could do differently. I get a little bit of an answer, and then RTG just spoil my parade. Go away. Leave, please. Just go bully someone else. Okay, well, look, GEEKAY Esports, they've picked up those 3 eliminations. Yes, they are going to be relegated down to 3 players, but, I mean, current positioning is going to allow for a different rotation. They do have space right now just to take their time to rotate in, to get themselves situated. They're smack bam center zone, so there is no shortage of time for them to get themselves into a better position and to get themselves up and at them with hopefully a much better result. And I want to see it. I really want to see it. So yeah, let's take a look at this. Falcons and Vision are 2 green teams taking a very blue rotation up into the zone, already finding one another. Oh, with double coming through. It is a 1-for-1 trade, and right now the battle between Vision and Falcons is underway.
Well, as we know, green means go, so this is the opportunity for both Vision and Falcons to go all out to see who's going to be able to get themselves secured up in towards this next phase. I mean, Falcons definitely going to be looking to play this one as expanded as they possibly can, right? Trying to come in with a very wide stretch, very wide reach. But still, they need to get themselves out of the blue zone because the blue is not going to be their friend. And if you mix blue and green together, well, you get a very swirly looking color. That is not necessarily going to be the most opportune play, but either which way, I don't know where the color thing came in, but let's go with that. We also then have the players there from NIGMA Galaxy just a little bit further off. So Falcons, even if they are able to avoid vision, they're still going to face even more of a challenge now with NIGMA Galaxy and Virtual Gaming Squad.
Ooh, some interesting times here. Rauf out in the Valley of Doom, just getting a bit of information. Hopefully we'll be regrouping with the rest of the team before Virtual Gaming makes their move. And do see here, Virtual Gaming now, Mossa and Farah is now just looking for a bit of information. Lord and Coop's very isolated in this situation. A very tough conversion for them. And again, time is of the essence. We've got Rauf out in the open, trying desperately to get back into the action to back up their teammates, but if Virtual Gaming make their move now, it could spell disaster.
It could, but let's see. Right, will we have that move now succeeding? Is it maybe going to fold? Maybe going to falter a little slight smidge? Who knows? But Virtual Gaming Squad, they are in dire need of points, as is the side here of NIGMA Galaxy. So both teams trying their best, right? But still, they got to keep a very close eye on that zone. Oh, but Lord instead will get knocked on down as Teak from Falcons reaches on in. Again, right, those third parties being quite prominent here as the teams are looking to capitalize on every available play. But now, Mosta, oh, wow. I was not seeing that one coming, but that is NIGMA Galaxy right out of here.
It's the danger again from taking that kind of a split, and it's all off of the back of well, this wild zone rotation. And unfortunately, it worked out perfectly for the likes of Virtual. But wait, we'll see. Falcons right up ahead of them as well, making an approach, and now the mad dash into RUKH has to happen. Oh, we can see Fares now feeling the brunt of the action. Again, I mean, it's chain fighting. As soon as they get a little bit of success over towards the likes of NIGMA Galaxy, well, welcome and behold, it is going to be Falcons. And right up ahead of them, it's Clear Vision. So they really are just not getting a chance here. We'll see these rotations now resulting in a bit of an onslaught here towards the southwestern portion of our zone. I mean, you name it. It's going to be RTG, Twisted Minds, Vision. It's going to be GEEKAY. It's going to be RUKH. It's going to be Falcons. Maybe even Virtual Gaming if they get themselves out of the situation. And they're all going to be battling it out for this position. Just look at that step.
Yeah, I think we need to rebrand RUKH as RUKH because that is essentially what is going to be happening right here. So much heat and contention going to come through. Brute Force also going to be cleaning up the northern edge of that zone. But here we go. R8 now getting found out in the drink. Ragnarok is down. It is now reliant down to, well, Kra to see if they can survive. Al-Hajj playing troll. Approach under the bridge, looking to be an absolute menace. Now, Falcons also going to be testing and trying their hand to get themselves a bit of a foothold moving up in towards this next phase. You can see Clear, again, quite resistant, right? Not going to be looking to contest them head on just yet. Instead, both teams are going to be looking to rely on these ridge lines to provide them that extra little bit of a buffer. And VanKid, I mean, they just showed exactly what they are made of in the past match. So I want to see even more of that now come through here for Clear Vision.
It's going to be the question here. Now we take a look at it. Oof. Interesting rotation that we've seen now from the likes of Falcons as well, right up alongside Clear Vision. A couple of next sent on out. Again, the focus for me is going to be Clear. Just because they had that resurgence on Sanhok, I'd like to see that consistency move in so they can get that momentum locked in, especially coming back into Miramar. Couple of nades now being sent on out. Ooh, cheeky peek coming through from Teak, and it will result to a nade in the face as P6 and Puncher have to return with a plan of action here to get themselves out of the situation. Blue zone to their backs. Time of the in the face, and that will be the end, unfortunately, of the Falcons. But again, this is an opportunity now for Clear.
I mean, we were talking about how you should catch a nade, right? And I think that is exactly what they tried to do. Yeah, I mean, and you said nade to the face, so it makes sense, right? But either which way, let's take a look at what is going to come through here in RUKH as the teams are going to be looking to push on forward. The zone taking a very casual stroll, a little slight bit further up north. But we did see in the meanwhile also a little bit of something brewing in the meanwhile, right? Brute Force really starting to expand their reach up on towards that northern side of the waterway, while the rest of the lobby is essentially pinned down right here in the lovely RUKH. It's going to be a pretty tough time. I mean, Clear Vision, as we can see, they still have quite a bit of ground to cover to get themselves secured into the next position. But RTG going to be looking to just blaze their way on through, trying to find the approach in towards Tapok, but instead Discrim sends the nade out. They do find Rio, and this could be a bit of a turning point. RTG could definitely now start to feel quite a bit of the pressure starting to mount against them.
Ooh, this is not going to be easy, but let's take a look at it. What can we see happen here? Sly Machine down to 2 players, as we will see that confirmation there thanks to Xenox. Is it Xenox? Yeah, it's Xenox. That's we're not making that same mistake again. Brute Force coming in as well with a sudden resurgence. Hey, Sly Machine, I mean, as soon as they lose one, they get an immediate return on the next. Brute Force will be saying goodbye to Neos, and Sly Machine will be taking that, holding onto it for dear life, as they do need to. Smack bam, center zone, all eyes on them, and all eyes on what's happening here towards the south. As you see, Visions, RTG, Twisted Minds, and Clear Vision holding on right alongside GK, I mean, Virtual Gaming, RUKH, Quest, everyone is here. Just trying to find an answer to see who will be moving up into the rest of this game.
Well, speaking about moving up, right, Quest still being pretty committed to that bridge. I think that is an absolutely phenomenal setup, at least for the time being. But the rest of the teams, right here in RUKH, it's not looking very, very hopeful, if we're being honest, right? I mean, Twisted, they are within the zone. The same can be said there for GEEKAY and, of course, Clear Vision. But it is going to be a very, very tough play. Once this next zone has revealed itself, I don't see the teams necessarily going to be looking to make a break for it. I think they are going to be looking to close out whatever contention still remains up in towards RUKH. And that could either go one of 2 ways, right? It could go quite successfully for them, or it could actually be quite devastating. We could see several teams now getting dropped and sent back to the lobby.
It is the expectation. I mean, you cannot look at this cluster of teams and expect anyone to get out unscathed. I mean, even taking a look at Sly, I mean, mollies, nades, everywhere you look, the silent assassins, unfortunately, will be silently bowing out and saying goodbye to Brute Force. Perfect molly in hand, and that is just the unfortunate joy of taking position in a Wizard Tower. But with that wonderful joy for Brute Force could come a... We can see J7 just isolating the likes of Ado here with that rotation. A 1-2 split. It does look like NASR will just be letting it slide as Brute Force managed to recuperate and regroup in the center. But now, well, other than NASR potentially going for Brute Force, all eyes are on that zone. All eyes are on Quest, who can literally gatekeep majority of our lobby. We have 10 teams left, and well, guess what? 6 of them could be gate-kept in RUKH.
Yeah. Well, I mean, looking at the teams that we still have positioned down in towards RUKH, right? GEEKAY, Twisted Minds. Both those teams need to try and survive. They need to try and make it out of this absolute chaotic position and get themselves secured back up into a little bit of safety, because both of them are in dire need of points, right? They are occupying a less than favorable spot with regards to that leaderboard. So I really hope for both of them they'll be able to get exactly that accomplished now. And so far, things are looking to be turned quite positive here. I mean, GEEKAY already sitting up on 8 eliminations to their name. And of course, if you look over on towards Twisted, yeah, they've got 3, but they are finding a little bit of difficulty getting themselves out of RUKH and back in towards that next zone. So it is going to be of the utmost importance. But GEEKAY, they came in here with one objective, and it is pretty clear, right? Play the best possible bit of PUBG that they can right here in game number 5, and already hitting double digits. This is going to catapult GEEKAY up that leaderboard.
Oh my goodness, it is about damn time. I have been waiting for GEEKAY to make a move, and now, unfortunately, it is against the other team I was waiting to make a move, so I don't like that, but it's okay. Twisted Minds, Miramar, okay? We're gonna keep you on Miramar. I'm waiting. GEEKAY, though, picking up a wonderful amount of eliminations, now feeling the brunt of the action thanks to Brute Force. We do have RUKH as well, making a quick move in R8, sneakily trying to get them their spacing with within this next zone as solidified. But look at this. This is that danger. Brute Force all of a sudden cannot really be focusing on the south because lo and behold, it's NASR moving in from that northern side. Brute Force actually getting a taste of their own medicine. It is the north that is coming to bite them.
Yes, and winter's coming too. So a very tough spot to be in indeed. Speaking about tough spots, the two teams that found themselves in 15th and 16th position moving into this match. Now having a bit of a showdown, a 2v2. As you can see, Gaith and Santa going up against the side there of Evo Station and Dadino. Ooh, but up comes Dadino trying to find the opportunity, the angle, but it's going to be Gaith now having a slight bit of an advantage, looking to see if they can clutch this one out. Meanwhile, NASR absolutely relentless, applying as much pressure as they can down onto the side here of Brute Force, and this could be a bit of a golden ticket coming through for NASR. As we know, coming into this match, they were sitting all the way down in 8th position, contesting the team currently holding on to the lead, but this is the opportunity. This is the play they need to make. And of course, well, is it going to turn out favorably? So far, things are looking pretty good for them. It is FreePod and Mind super low with those HP bars, but XENON and Starch not looking too great themselves. But there we have it. XENON gets the jump, and that is Brute Force getting packed up and shipped out of here.
Oh my goodness gracious. And now it's GEEKAY versus Twisted Minds. My heart actually cannot handle this. Please, guys, this is too much. So, oh my goodness. All right, we take a look at it. GEEKAY at least still up with definitely one member, but definitely now two. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds will be bowing out. RUKH Esports will be taking Quest down. What is even happening? I'm shaking here. But anyway, R8's also jumping into the action. This RUKH play, oh, it has just been the thorn in everyone's side. Perfect nade coming through now as well from CR7. And yeah, though this is pain. This is only pain. The only team that is up with a full lobby, it is NASR. There is a potential for a NASR chicken after a resurgence on Sanhok. It would be the story of a lifetime. They only have 2 solos to deal with to lock this one in.
Whew. All right, so let's see what NASR are going to be able to get done. It is going to be GEEKAY, Santa, and this could be the prize that NASR are going to be looking for. But it seems like Santa is instead going to be looking to dip out into the blue. Yes, sir. Down they go. And that is NASR walking away with the winner chicken dinner. I mean, they knew what was at stake. They knew they had their objective set. And I mean, NASR stepped up and just showed their commitment. I mean, the perseverance paid off at the end of the day, right? Securing themselves a beautiful finish right here on Erangel. That is exactly what we want to see for NASR. I'm pretty sure there are going to be quite a few happy people in the chat as well, a few happy NASR supporters. But I mean, we saw so many teams as stepping into this match that were in dire need of points, right? And so many of them actually stepped up, accomplishing those goals, securing those points. And I think we are going to be seeing quite a bit of a shift coming through with regards to our overall standings.
I am going to tell you now, the people in chats are going to be losing their mind. There's so much to break down here, but let's just start with what's on screen before I lose my way of words. Gaith, my goodness. Yeah. Could you leave something for the rest of us? What is going on here? Most eliminations, highest damage, grenade eliminations, the best and longest elimination. Stop it. Stop it. All they had to do was just run a little bit more and then they could have had this entire match report. I mean, absolutely congratulations to Gaith. What a resurgence. And absolutely to GEEKAY, this is what we wanted. We needed a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. We needed them to step on up. Now we only need Twisted Minds to do the same, and we could be having a whole different look at the second page.
I mean, to put this into perspective, right? GEEKAY up to this point, after the first 4 matches, they've only been able to secure themselves 16 points, right? And now, they just look to beat that approach in one single match. So, again, it is It's just mind blowing what these teams are capable of doing. How they can pull, you know, hats out of rabbits and just make some phenomenal things happen here. And of
Hats out
course,
of rabbits?
yes, because a rabbit out of a hat, everyone knows that's possible. I mean, we got to go the other way around, right?
So it's like the tables turning and the turning of the tables.
Yes,
Okay.
indeed. And I mean, GK though, 12 eliminations up. Not a winner chicken dinner, but pretty dang close to it. 18 points in total. Amazing finish coming through here from GK.
I'm so lost for words. I can't even try and put a sentence together right now. So all I'm going to focus on is the donuts, and it's very shocking donuts actually. I mean, NIGMA Galaxy and XENON, like you said, going back into the lobby with nothing to show for it. It's not the worst case for the likes of XENON. I mean, going into this matchup, they were sitting pretty in 4th place. For the likes of NIGMA Galaxy going into this matchup, they were also sitting very close into the top standings. So first page, not looking too bad, but let's go take a look at those highlights of this absolutely just insane Erangel matchup. And it started with this incredible setup here from RUKH, hunting down the likes of XENON. No mercy whatsoever.
I mean, this was a merciless performance from so many teams, right? Because, as I said, right, they understood the objective. They knew this is going to be one of their final opportunities for today to secure themselves at least a decent position moving into tomorrow's matches. And as we know, time is running out. But we've seen so much coming through here, and I mean, it was absolute carnage up in RUKH. Quest playing a good game, RUKH playing a good game, GEEKAY playing an absolutely phenomenal game. It was one of the best games that we've seen come through from them so far within this entire league. But it is, you know, just such a testament as to the capabilities of these teams. I mean, they can choose to jump, to just start popping off at any point in time.
I mean, even just taking a look at those final few moments with NASR, I mean, Star's just taking a swim. Why not? I mean, their entire team was alive to back them up into those final few moments. So, yeah, no, absolutely. I need a break just to recap and to understand how to English once again, because that blew me out of the water. So we'll be right back after a short few moments. So get ready with us for the last match of the day.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are getting ready to head into our very final match of the day. But in case you've missed it, NASR got themselves a bit of a winner-winner chicken dinner in this last match. Again, we've seen 5 different teams stepping up to the plate, securing themselves winner-winner chicken dinners. But now let's take a look at the overall rankings to see exactly where our teams find themselves. And of course, well, the Broody Fruities, the only team with 2 winner-winner chicken dinners to their name, but XENON, the only team in the top 5 without a winner-winner chicken dinner.
And look at NASR. I mean, stepping up with a beautiful resurgence into today's matches. They are finding themselves in 5th place. I mean, from the last matchup, it's just a mere three slot jump. But again, this is all thanks to the efforts of this entire day. I mean, Sanhok was incredible. This Erangel just on the top. But I mean, even GEEKAY and RUKH Esports finally, thank you, stepping up, each moving up 5 and 4 slots respectively, getting themselves to the top of this second page. It is definitely looking like it might be the return of some teams that we know have with incredible history finally showcasing their talents. And yeah, I have to give it up to everyone on this side. The only ones I still want a little bit more of is Twisted Minds.
Yeah, we can see a little bit of a gap being created there. I mean, I say a little bit of a gap, but it's a 21-point gap. So Twisted, I mean, they're going to have to just blow this last match out of the water, right? They're going to have to pop off like it's no one's business. They did it yesterday. They did secure themselves the winner-winner chicken dinner with 2 eliminations. But I think if they are going to be looking to push for that chicken again, they definitely will have to add on double-digit eliminations. At least, at the very, very least. So there's quite a bit of an expectation now being created for Twisted Minds. And I mean, if they don't start picking it up from this last match of the day, tomorrow and the day thereafter, the last day, is going to be proving to be exceptionally challenging for Twisted.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, we do have to keep in mind yesterday, just alone, we had Twisted Minds just stealing away a gorgeous winner-winner chicken dinner. Again, yes, it wasn't with those eliminations, but the placement points did make a difference. So moving into this last one, can they make it happen again? Can we see Twisted Minds giving us a surprise for the end of the day? It will be all down to this last match.
Well, speaking about the last match, of course, no better way to kick things off other than a beautiful, beautiful flight path. Nice and centered. I think the big kicker here is, of course, what the zone is going to be bringing in, right? Could we be looking at a center zone, a zone potentially going into any of the extremities? Is it going to be complementary to this flight path, right? Where could it potentially go?
Oh, goodness,
I mean,
what's happening?
So many options. Sorry, I'm running a little bit low on English airtime, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just top myself up back again. But I mean, another thing that we also are seeing, looking at the leaderboard, is Brute Force. They've been able to establish a 29-point lead ahead of Quest. So if Quest are looking to catch up, I mean, it's going to be taking quite a bit of tough work. I mean, 29 points, it's not easy to acquire, but it's definitely not impossible. But I think also another thing to be looking at is with regards to RTG, Vision, NIGMA, and NASR, right? They are so close. They are within 10 points of 4th place.
Yeah, look, I can add on to that. I mean, similar to what you just to double down on what you mentioned about Quest Esports. They are our reigning Miramar champions. They are the team, also that zone. I'm going to talk about you now. I see you, but I just don't have the capacity to talk about you. Going back to Quest Esports, they are our leaders on Miramar. Leading currently for the last couple of days, they've managed to pick up 44 points overall on Miramar. I mean, when we compare that to a team like NIGMA Galaxy, who also just had a brilliant winner-winner chicken dinner, they're sitting pretty with 34. So other than Twisted teams that have picked up wins on Miramar. And for Quest Esports, just in today's matches, they have done so incredibly well. Yes, it's not as crazy as what we saw them yesterday, but there definitely is an opportunity for them to once again just bring home a massive, massive Miramar. And I mean, look at NIGMA, just making it so easy for me to make this point. They also are in the same boat. They can make today be the reason that they're going to be sitting once again potentially in those top slots. All that they need, I mean, is a mere let's be safe and say it's like 12 points.
Yeah,
that is if XENON does nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a tough play, but I mean, also you gotta take it into perspective, right? Xenon also one of those teams here trying to prove themselves because, I mean, on the road to the previous MEA Championship, they came so close to qualify for the spring MEA, but they didn't quite make it, right? Moving through the past PMPL, they work their absolute butts off, ensuring that they will be one of those teams to qualify to make it into here. So I believe that they are definitely here trying to prove and show why they belong in this MEA Championship and why they potentially could be one of those teams to contest for a PMGC slot. Because so far, I mean, holding on to 4th place against all these other opposing teams and doing that without a single winner chicken dinner, I mean, that is mad respect, right? That is absolute craziness coming through from the side of Xenon. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they are going to be looking to pick up their pacing, proceedings through these next 2 days.
And no, what's a little bit of a fun piece of information, especially for our viewers, just to add into that wonderful breakdown we've just given. For NIGMA Galaxy in particular, they have already qualified for PMGC. They don't need this slot. They don't need this top 4 slot. At this moment in time, look, the money is more of a focus for them than it is that PMGC slot. So they can have a lot of fun with this. They can really be the thorn in the side of all of the teams that are desperately fighting for an opportunity into PMGC. Because, well, if they get into top 4, all that it means for them is prize pool. Then that slot just goes down to, whoever is next. So they are going to be the standard. They are going to be that team that could potentially just make it tough for everyone, basically, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of power, right? They are essentially part of the deciding factor as to who will be allowed up into the top 4 and who won't. Because, I mean, they are just 7 points away from the top 4 themselves. So, it's a very tough spot for the rest of the teams to try and contest for. So, all I can say to them is, best of luck. I hope that you've not put NIGMA Galaxy, have them against you in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, look, it's especially with an AMR, we saw Lord is terrifying. So yeah. Going back to this one, Clear Vision, R8, they had a brilliant loss to Erangel. We saw R8 just finishing off the brilliant nade, but now, all of a sudden, One Shot is taking a bit of a spray down against R8. Already one knocked. XENON feeling the action. Moving on up, Clear Shot. I mean, One Shot just feeling the confidence, almost as a solo, just saying, hey, R8, I'm so sorry to do this to you, but you're going back into the lobby.
Oh, come on. But they gotta watch out, though. There's still RUKH and XENON left. I mean, this could be quite a bit of a showdown, but Clear Vision, I mean, the last time we saw them on this match, right, on this map, just a few mere moments ago, they were so confident. And I think this is the point where they need to kind of keep that confidence in check ever so slightly, right? Not get too overconfident, because that could end up costing them quite a bit. But let's see, maybe they could still turn this one around, as we do have VanKid, a very capable player, about to find themselves in a little bit of a hot spot here as XENON comes rushing on forward, but the Overwatch is there, the defense is there, and now it's gonna be R8 down to potentially 1, but still, I mean, GEEKAY, it's like they've caught their second breath, right? They are just looking to bounce back, and I mean, they could also be an absolute menace right here.
Absolutely. We take a look at it once again. GEEKAY, where's Gaith? Are you planning to take every single match report standing again? What you doing? Gonna be keeping an eye out on them, of course. Moving into this one, it was this. Okay, on that previous Erangel. I want to say the same for R8, the same for Vision, if they weren't going up against RUKH, who's just taking everyone down, apparently. But hey, now it's RUKH versus One Shot. And it looks like Gaith and Hope might even join the party as well. So this is just going to be a disgusting battle. But here we have it. It's the 1 from R8, it's the 2 from Clear Vision up against the entire team of GEEKAY, who have set their sights on these potential eliminations now. I need to wait and see what might happen. R8 looks like RUKH will be able to duck and dive out of this situation, which I would be doing the same if I had all of this.
Well, I mean, there's so much to play for here yet again, right? We are looking at a different few teams now that are going to have to try and step it up. I mean, Clear Vision being one of those teams that are yet again finding themselves in a bit of a position where they could do with a few additional points. They do have 49 points, so that's not a bad amount of points to have by any measure. But based on the kind of pacing that we have within this lobby, I mean, so much can change in just one successful match, right? Just one single game, that is all we need to see. And we could have a completely different lineup when it comes to our overall ranking. So the team's still having quite a bit of capability and flexibility between them. I mean, all the way from 4th place down towards 15th, there is single digits separating the teams from each other. Single digits.
Whew. I am afraid, if all, in all honesty. Like, it really is incredible to see. And it's what we were asking for, right? We just want these teams to be competitive. We didn't want a single team to be that dominating force. We wanted every single team, every single one of these 16 teams to bring through their own playstyle, to bring through their own flavor. And now we are just looking at a tasty dish that is going to be this MEA Championship, moving into this last matchup, a potential like no other, everyone gunning for that PMGC slot. That I literally have goosebumps just thinking about the idea. But hey, let's taking a look at it. GEEKAY, my goodness, how dare you? Vito goes down with a nade to the face. They caught it with their teeth, and they will be saying goodbye. We are down to only one shot here, unfortunately standing for the likes of Clear Vision, raising that banner and hoping to make something happen here, maybe get a couple of eliminations.
And I mean, it's a tough play to come through, but, you know, it's absolutely insane to think of it. Any team currently in this lobby has the capability to qualify themselves for the top 4. Any of these teams have the capability to do that. And I mean, the leaderboard speaks for itself, and we of course can see it at the top of the screen. But I think at the end of the day, it comes down to how hungry these teams are to get themselves into the top 4. Because, I mean, NASR, right? We've seen them just kind of, you know, start to surface out of nowhere, securing 47 points so far today in just the previous 5 matches. If they continue on this trend, we could very well see them make it up into the top 4 just after this match.
Well, let's take a look at it. Teams now setting themselves up for a bit of an interesting change here. So the World of Battle, we know they had a bit of a tough time there over towards Erangel. They were one of the teams that didn't quite pick up the points that they were looking for. And by that, I mean they got a donut. It was a delicious donut. But now we want a few of those elimination points, maybe even a taste of the chicken. Slime Machine as well. Similar position. I mean, just the wild change that we saw. In terms of their slight consistency, they have fallen off a little bit for me towards the end of these matches. And it hurts my heart because, like I said, they, for me, were the silent assassins. And I still believe that they can be that. It is now just going to have to come down to whatever it is that they were working with, that spice that they had in the first couple of matches yesterday. They need to bring that one back. So let's see, maybe this late, very outskirtly rotation that they're going to be taking in the form of Slide Machine, maybe going into that western side just behind Vision, could be the change they need. But let's avoid NASR, please, because they're on something else.
Yeah, they definitely are on something else. And hey, one of the few instances where I'm not going to be voicing what I want to see within the zone, but it is going to a spot that I've always wanted to see in competitive.
Same.
Right.
Like we have wished for this since you and I started casting together. For the viewers watching, that is a few years that we have been waiting for something like this. So just please send your energy right now into the stream because we want to go there.
Yeah, we're not gonna name names, but it's that spot. We want to go there. We want to see what these teams are going to be doing, and we've got several teams now starting to get themselves situated, starting with the rotations, pushing on forward. FALCONS actually pushing up behind the players there from Brute Force. Quest very close to the edge of zone, but we can see GEEKAY, they've rotated around Quest, now just trying to get a little bit of a leapfrog play going here, but Santa is exposed along with the rest of the team as they start their ascent up the hill, trying to get themselves just over the top, and of course, securely positioned up in towards this next phase. again, it is not going to be easy, right? Especially that position towards that spot over there, because we can't be very specific, as we know how PUBG physics works, right? That is going to be absolutely challenging for these teams to fight through.
It's a very bad time for me right now to be a caster because I literally just want to sit and watch this match unfold. I can't even put a sentence together right now because this is extremely exciting. I don't know how else to say how excited I am. I'm kind of shaking at the moment, so I'm gonna sit up, all right, and we're gonna focus on what's happening in front of us. Brute Force right now going to be opening up this wonderful location for themselves right now, just taking out R8. We've got, of course, the likes of XENON. I don't know how they keep doing this, but they're going to be finding Brute Force here up towards that northern side as well. I don't know if they've got a tracker on Brute Force. What is it? If they had a discussion and they just like, look, let's be friends and let's, you know, just take each other out every single match, back to back. Here again.
Yeah, here it is indeed. But now it's going to be up to Brute Force to see whether or not they can assert their dominance. Speaking about dominance, though, Pusher with a beautiful nade into the side here of GEEKAY as they do seal it up for Ragnar. And with that, right, GEEKAY now going to be down to Gaith. And, well, that's it, right? It is just Gaith. But we've seen what Gaith is capable of in just the games yesterday. Meanwhile, the World of Battle and the Virtual Gaming Squad going to be lurking on the edge of NASR. So they're going to have to really watch that position as a beautiful nade gets delivered. Krona goes right on down. Up comes the push now from Mostal with a DBS in hand. One down, looking for one more. Oh, but instead, they will get dropped to their knees. Now, Muhammad coming through with a beautiful clutch yet again, looking to save the World of Battle. And, well, now all their hopes and dreams rely solely on Muhammad's shoulders. Of course, in the meanwhile, the zone has taken a slight little bit of a shift even further on towards that western edge. Again, not necessarily going away from the spot we would have liked to see, but we do say goodbye to the World of Battle and Muhammad.
I can't even deal with it. The World of Battle, I mean, a great effort there to get at least those 2 eliminations. And again, it was so close, but that blue zone is painful. It is terrifyingly painful. But hey, let's take a look at this quest. Esports as well, as we know, trying to get themselves to the top of those Miramar leaderboards. And they've, well, at this point, but now they have to face the likes of NIGMA and a few others that might stand into their way. FALCONS, oh, again, another team similar to what we've seen with Sly Machine. They've unfortunately fallen off a little bit. I mean, even with the likes of this incredible lineup, who, again, I personally am quite biased to, so I have to watch what I say here. They have what it takes, but it has been such an incredibly difficult, and I can't stress that, difficult lineup that they've had to deal with. Now, this position against NIGMA, this could be the turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, this could definitely be that turnaround opportunity, but it is going to require quite a bit of focus and determination still, right? I mean, NIGMA also going to be trying to find their way through. I don't think Lord is going to make it. No, unfortunately, Lord is going to bleed out. But Zeke, could they find that extra bit of reach? NIGMA, very, very tough spot to be in. Oh, there we go. That is going to be Senkei securing their fate. And I mean, 3 teams, well, essentially actually 5 teams, all held within this vicinity. It is going to be a very hot and heated play. But who will be the one to rise to the occasion? RUKH Esports also going to be doing their thing up towards the northern edge of the zone. But a lot of contention and congestion coming through as the south is not going to be letting up anytime soon.
Oh my goodness. Let's take a look at this one. So, FALCONS now, not the position I would want them to be in, but NIGMA Galaxy holding on strong. Senkei just looming up ahead on this northern reach. A great line of sight that they want. Just prime positioning, time in and time out. They have been so consistent with that today. The decisions that they've been making and the pathing that they've been taking has been brilliant. But now it is time for some buggy physics. Let's just go vertically up of these mountains and make something happen here if we can. It's going to be all down to the timing. And DK, again, this zone is so cool. Like, I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for it to change.
It's just gonna do one more thing, right? It's just gonna do one
One
more
direction,
thing.
one job,
Yeah,
please.
yeah. We're not gonna say anything. We're not gonna say anything, but it's just gonna go in one more direction. Then we will be smiling all the way till next Tuesday. But in the meanwhile, speaking about smiling, it is gonna be Quest now pushing forward onto the side of NASR, spotting a golden opportunity. Oh! Down goes Starch. It could be Xenox, the next one to get knocked on down. But up comes the spray. It is going to be the MG3 looking to rip on out. Oh, look at that Quest. They don't know where to go because Xenox just absolutely obliterating the opposition.
Put some respect on the name, DK. You can never say their name incorrectly again. But wow. Look at that. It is going to be the turnaround from our elimination leader from yesterday, Al-Hajj, bringing in, once again, the pain over onto the likes of NASR. But hey, taking a look at this, RTG, we've been waiting for a resurgence from them. An eastern side approach, now moving into the action. I mean, right up ahead of them, they have a plethora of options to pick from. Unfortunately, though, coming, so need to be careful about how they're going to be taking these choices. Oh no, we had to say goodbye to Vision in the meantime as well. So down to our 11 teams sitting on this very wild Miramar.
Very wild indeed. Unfortunately, the zone is not going to be pulling up into the spot that we would have liked to see. But, you know, this is just as well. I mean, it's still close enough. As you can see, the terrain, absolutely brutal. These teams having a very, very tough time trying to play their way out of this one. But now, XENON, absolutely amazing setup up on the hills, right? They've got the elevation, they've got everything they need to play quite a bit of a pressure play down onto NIGMA Galaxy and the Falcons as well. But I think at this position, you got to watch out for what Twisted Minds could potentially be looking to do with regards to their setup, right? Their positioning, it's right there, right ahead of the teams that have to rotate up forward onto, you know, back in towards this next zone. In the meanwhile, RTG going to be trying to dip this way and that. They spotted Al-Hajj off in the distance, and it's only going to take a few more, and there we have it. Attacker actually is going to be the one to drive the final nail in, and that is the end of the road for Quest. But again, a very valiant effort coming through from them.
Absolutely. Again, I mean, they're going for a bit of a title that's very wild. Trying to be the best on a particular map in a stage like the MEA Championships, it's not going to be easy. And hey, maybe knows. They might be close enough as it is. Clear Vision also going to be bowing out back into the lobby with 3 eliminations. Not a bad showing from them. So down as our 10th team. Meanwhile, a stalemate forms here between NIGMA Galaxy, Falcons, and of course Twisted Mind. A war of attrition as well, when you take into a factor that XENON is just waiting to clean up whoever makes the first move. As soon as they have that opportunity, bam, we might be saying goodbye to 3 teams just like that. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, at least could back up a little bit more. They might just have to say goodbye to 1 member, but they could still survive the situation. NIGMA Galaxy now trying to make their move, unfortunately, putting themselves out in the open.
Ooh, yeah. Not the best position there by Freak, but it is what it is at the end of the day. So that is going to be NIGMA now having to essentially bite the bullet, right? The numbers are starting to dwindle. Rauf is going to have a very, very tough time rotating out of this one. If they are able to evade XENON, it is going to be Falcons and Twisted just lying in wait, ready to gobble them up. So it's going to be a pretty tough play regardless. But now, of course, the zone is going to be pulling up into Limbo Land. As you can see, Sly Attacker being one of the few players currently situated within that next zone. But here comes the pressure. A lot of congestion coming through on the western side. XENON, NIGMA, Falcons, Twisted, the Broody Fruities. Everyone are going to try and get themselves positioned in such a way that they can, firstly, get themselves secured up in towards the zone. But especially looking at Brute Force, right? They are trying to set up a bit of a play in anticipation of the teams now pushing through from that more southern position.
Let me take a look at this now. That southern position is at least stacked with teams as well. Like we said, Twisted Minds, they were in that position where they could back on off, and they're still keeping all of their members alive. It's just they haven't had that opportunity to actually get some eliminations from it. We can see now Falcons just trying to rain on my parade as soon as I try and make any sort of statement. It's fine. But Twisted Minds need to return this. They need to get themselves something. There we go. A start on towards Marshall. That is going to potentially make a difference. Now, Senkei and the rest of Xenon need to back on out, or they need to take revenge here. They need to stop these teams from getting ahead of them. Otherwise, the tables literally could be turned on them, and then this great position might be lost.
Yeah, but I like this aggression coming through from AZ and Dadino. But now, Rauf. Oh, they're going to have to try a hop, skip, and jump their way back into safety because there's not a lot of options left for them. Up comes the Blaze, though. It is going to be Puncher King and P6 trying to keep them at bay. They know that Rauf needs to push on forward. Lazy Lion also about to get brought back onto their feet, but Brute Force going to try and stop any of that to come on through as they start to mount their push. Up comes the play, looking to get quite aggressive. There's going to be Neos and Mine, but up comes the hits. Rather than it was Ado as they get dropped on down. Senkei very quickly disposing of them with a DBS. But now Senkei finding themselves in a very, very hot and sweaty position. Up comes Scary Boy, narrowly managing to survive, but it is the end of the road for NIGMA Galaxy. Twisted, still in a position where they can look to contest quite a bit. And I think this match could essentially be relying on the performance coming through from RUKH Esports and Brute Force. But if RUKH Esports have any say here is, I think they are going to be looking to just wipe the floor with whoever looks to oppose them.
Look, for the sake of having a great competitive game and to keep us all on the edge of our seats, I really do want RUKH Esports to wipe the floor with Brute Force, just because it would really throw the overall standings in such an array. We can see Brute Force, they've done well enough. They don't need any more points, surely, right? So let's see what RUKH Esports can bring to the table here. It is all down to Neos. I'm so sorry, but I really do want this game to be so close. And there it is.
Yeah.
Again, I'm very sorry, DK, but
No,
for
it's
the
fine.
sake of the overall rankings, it just makes it more fun.
I mean, but you got to give it to RUKH, right? RUKH, they played a phenomenal position, right? There's nothing you can
brilliantly.
falter on that. So, you know, mad respect going out to them. But now they're going to keep that momentum going. They're going to have to push it all the way through. And they do have quite a bit of presence moving in towards this next phase. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to assert that presence, assert that dominance, and potentially secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. I mean, rightly so, because they've got 11 eliminations to their name, right? They deserve the chicken at this point. They've got the numbers, they've got the positioning, and now they just got to get themselves that freaking chicken, right? But in the meanwhile, it is going to be Dadino trying to make their final ditch play here, trying to get themselves into some kind of a position. As you can see, Rami just trying to lock it down as they come through from the edge. And I don't see Dadino making it out of this one, right? RTG and RUKH both focusing in on them. It's going to be such a tough spot to contest.
Absolutely. And again, it hurts me to say that, because for RTG, I mean, just look how well they're doing at this moment in time. 7 eliminations up. They've done so well to get into this rotation. It's been a tough Miramar. I keep saying that. I keep thinking that we've had the worst rotations, but we keep going into new places on Miramar. So here it is, RTG versus RUKH in terms of the numbers, but of course we have the beautiful, beautiful solos coming through here from Twisted Minds and Sly Machine, raising the banner for their team and definitely looking to do as much as they possibly can in these final moments. They've secured themselves at least a few eliminations so far, and of course, naturally, a top 4 finish. But that's not enough, right? We've seen Twisted Minds steal chicken dinners before. Could they make it happen again, is the question.
I don't quite know. I mean, I would say no at this point, because I mean the pacing coming through here from RTG and RUKH Esports, it's just you know, looking
crazy.
pretty aggressive, right? So I mean, we still have Sly attacker holding off in between both RTG and RUKH, and of course Ladino keeping it nice and quiet, but this nade here from Default could be the one to seal their fate. Ooh, unfortunately for Default, it's not quite got the reach it needs, but well, they got flushed out, and that is it. Reva and Rio locks it in, and off they go. Down to the final 3 we are, but now RTG making a little bit of noise are going to be drawing the attention of RUKH Esports right down onto them.
Absolutely. This is the unfortunate, you know, joy of taking that first trigger shot, of making noise, of trying to make your move first. It is also tempting to get those eliminations, but it does put you in a very tough situation, especially given this current hold here from RUKH Esports. I mean, just look at the amount of spacing they currently completely control. Now them finding the likes of the last member of Sly as well, it could just mean everything going in the way of RUKH. But oh, Eugene, careful. The
Wow.
attacker can hit some shots, man.
I mean, great play coming through from Attacker. A very big surprise onto Eugene. I mean, they were not expecting that whatsoever. But here we have it. It is going to be RTG up against RUKH. RTG looking pretty great with the elimination count here as well. Sitting on a very comfortable 8. I mean, Rio carrying the team, right? Coming through with 4. Phenomenal performance on their end. But RUKH Esports, they still have the numbers. But now they're going to have to milk it as best they possibly can. And this is where they can't let it slide. They're going to have to find every possible angle they can get down onto with RTG. Otherwise, Groza and Rio is going to be looking to take that winner chicken dinner from their very clutches.
Oh, let's take a look at it. Groza trying to hold on here for the likes of RTG. But Pusher, sticking to the name, is going to find a little bit of a distraction. And we go immediately back to Rami as we do say thank you to RUKH Esports for picking up a winner chicken dinner. We have been asking for them to bring back that performance.
I mean, phenomenal gameplay. Phenomenal gameplay coming through from RUKH Esports. That, of course, being their second winner chicken dinner right here in the MEA Championship. So absolutely amazing stuff. And I mean, we were waiting for this performance, right? We were waiting for this RUKH Esports to show up yet again. It took them a little while, sure, but when they showed up, it was absolutely phenomenal. Such a satisfying performance coming through. And I don't think RUKH Esports could have asked for a better way to end on day number 2. Absolutely great play, great stuff going through from them, and mad respect going out to RUKH Esports as well.
I have to say, DK, every single person, every single team that we have asked to step up in one way or another, they have brought it to us today. We've been absolutely treated, not only in terms of these very cool zones, but also just the absolute performance that we've seen from these teams. RUKH Esports, obviously no exception to that rule. 15 elimination points with a winner chicken dinner. I mean, are you serious? Are you for reals right now? This is a brilliant result that we've seen. And even just looking at the spread of eliminations, it looks so much more consistent, especially on this first page. Yes, we do have a double digit in the form of RUKH, but then the spread starts to get a little bit healthier. Taking a look at that second page, naturally, it can't be as healthy for everybody. You know, there are going to be a few people that didn't get quite the results that they were looking for, but this is the first match that we've had that not a single team has taken a donut.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, right? Every team trying to finish on strong footing, you know, to come to the end of day number 2 right here. But, I mean, again, right, we couldn't have asked for things to go any better. The teams playing a very aggressive zone. We had a zone very close to Oasis, a zone that we've not yet seen being played out. But, you know, regardless of what it was at the end of the day, still a very satisfying region to move in towards these, right? These teams getting tested all the way to the max. And speaking about getting tested to the max, right? Let's take a look at the stats coming through here for RUKH Esports. I mean, because they just performed so exceptionally well.
Absolutely, and I just needed to give them a little bit more focus because again, it's that start of yesterday and it's now into the end of day number 2 that we have seen them finally get that back-to-back winner chicken dinner, and on 2 different maps in 2 very different fashions. Incredible work, of course, by Rami as well. I mean, just leading the charge, leading the team with those 8 eliminations. My goodness gracious. But ultimately, a very good team effort coming through from everyone, bringing it home and finally just showcasing what they are capable of.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's nothing that you can falter coming through here for RUKH Esports, especially not how they've been playing this last game. But as you said it, right, Rami, absolutely amazing effort and only taking 79 damage. I mean, that's insane, right? So Rami, our master evader. But let's take a look and see how these teams got to where they ended up, as we are going to be hopping straight into these highlights. I mean, things started off with a little bit of an interesting bit of a play here. As we can see, the first bout of action we had came through here between the players from Clear Vision. And I mean, this is where GEEKAY also tried to capitalize on as much of an opportunity as they possibly could.
Yeah, look, it really has been a bit of a catch-22. We saw so many highlighting moments from different teams really showcasing, oh, was it going to go this way? I mean, at some point we were thinking, oh, no, it's going to be another brute force win. It's going to be another case where our overall readers are just running away with all the points. But everyone has stepped up in such a momentous way today. And, I mean, even just this fight with Virtual Gaming in the World of Battle, so incredibly close that it literally had to come down to the zone, taking the last members out and giving us our final results. So it speaks volumes as to how competitive these players are with one another.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned before, right? There's not a tremendous gap with regards to the positions on those overall rankings, and I think again that just showcases how intensely competitive this championship is. Because I mean, you've said it, right? There's no one particular team that's just running away with points, right? Everyone is bringing their piece to the battlefield. And of course, well, I think it's also about time for us to see who our top performers are with regards to Miramar itself.
Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting one. As we know, going into this matchup, we were looking at Quest Esports. They're still going to be remaining as one of the leaders on our Miramar maps, but of course, we have a few new potential winners coming through back into tomorrow's games. NIGMA Galaxy, RTG, especially in this matchup, showcasing why they are in this position. RUKH, I mean, we've spoken enough about there, and of course, Brute Force, our overall leaders. Such consistency from these teams, whether it is just the Dusty Dunes that just gets them excited and brings a whole different level of play, or they are finally settling into their groove. You definitely have to keep your eyes out on these teams coming through in the next couple of days.
I mean, speaking about the next couple of days, we've actually seen quite a few strong bits of application coming through from our respective teams, right? Brute Force securing themselves 62 points just for today. NASR coming through on 51. And of course, XENON maintaining consistency, coming through with 45 points rather. But again, for the day, they do end in the top 3, and doing so without a single winner chicken dinner in sight. So again, I think it is just going to be a matter of time until XENON gets themselves into that position, getting themselves that winner chicken dinner. But of course, we also need to take a look and see who our MVP for the day is. And we've been seeing so many strong contenders, but I think we have a pretty good idea. Yeah, it's Ado again.
A double back-to-back MVP.
I definitely thought it was going to be someone else, right? I thought maybe it could have been someone from RUKH Esports.
Look, I mean, even me. But hey, yeah. we know why that is the case. I mean, Brute Force are in the position that they are in because their players are playing so incredibly well. And it's that consistency, I mean, especially that damage. Look at that 3.1 thousand damage.
Yeah.
Like, how are you supposed to compete with that?
I mean, Brute Force, I mean, there's not much that you can falter on their end, right? Because on day 1, they ended with 61 points, right? Today, they ended on 62 points. So, Brute Force, they've just been an absolute brute force, right? The name is there, right? It's there, it's self-explanatory. But they've been playing so aggressively, and I think that is definitely something that is going to bode quite well for them. I mean, they've been grinding so hard throughout the entirety of the day. But again, we've not yet seen one particular team getting more than one winner chicken dinner for today. So let's take a look at our winners in case you forgot who they were. And here we go. Of course, we started all the way back on Erangel. The first match went straight over on towards the side of R8. Then we had NIGMA Galaxy, Brute Force, Clear Vision, NASR, as well as RUKH Esports, all rising to the occasion. But the fattest chicken that we had was the very last chicken of the day.
Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, we just have to give an absolute round of applause to our winners. Again, when we take a look at it, yes, some of the teams finally did manage to double up on their overall winner chicken dinners, but we're not seeing those back to back. We're not seeing, again, one singular team that is standing up as the only team to beat, the only team that you need to worry about. Every single one of these teams is showcasing a new competitive level, a new reason why they might take that PMGC slot.
Well, I mean, we also see a bit of a gap starting to be created with regards to our overall rankings. Let's take a look at those. Now, as we've seen, right, And we've also discussed Brute Force, absolutely phenomenal effort that they've been bringing forward here. The highest elimination count, the highest placement point tally, and of course they share the double chicken there with the side of RUKH Esports. But as we take a look a little bit further down, I mean, Quest finishing only 8 points shy of hitting their own century here as well. But still, XENON locked in on 4th position. Sure, the gap has closed considerably, right? Virtual Gaming Squad, RTG, they are hot on the heels of XENON. But XENON, I think they are not going to be a team to fold in this kind of opposition.
No, I mean, we've seen just the sheer amount of ferocity that they brought into today's match. And again, they've been very calculated, which has been the highlight for me, is in the way in which that they've been rotating, in the way in which that they've been taking these situations on. I do think there's something special that's waiting for us coming back into tomorrow's matches. Moving up into the second page, everyone has stepped up. Again, I would like some of the players, such as, you know, any of those sitting towards the bottom 5, to really have a phenomenal day coming back tomorrow and completely shake up those overall standings, just because it's amazing to see, and they deserve to showcase their talents. So tomorrow, that's going to be where my focus is going to lie, just to see what those teams specifically have in store for us.
I mean, still, as we look at the rankings, right, things are pretty close, and it is going to require a monstrous performance from our teams to ensure that they get to where they need to be on those rankings. And speaking about monsters, of course, we got to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues, as well as the championships. So much love going out to them. But I mean, the contention not stopping at all, right? Again, looking at that 4th to 15th position, there is still single digits separating teams. That is it. Single digits separating them. And I mean, it's not, I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon, right? I believe it's going to continue through the entirety of tomorrow, all the way up onto that 4th day. And I mean, the top 4 is going to be hanging in the balance all the way to the very end.
This is what makes the MEA Championships so exciting, especially considering or comparing them to the previous MEA Championships, where we would have, you know, maybe 5 or so teams being those dominating forces every day, day in and day out. It was the same story back to back to back. Now it's not the case. Now it is a case of every single match has a brand new winner. Every single match has a brand new highlight. Every single match has a brand new elimination leader compared to a placement point leader. There's no consistency. There is no predicting what these teams are going to be bringing to the table.
I mean, one interesting thing that I'm also noticing now is that all our teams sitting in the bottom 4, they all have winner chicken dinners, right? They're all sitting there with winner chicken dinners. It's an interesting thing to notice. I mean, the teams that we've got in 12, 13, 12, 11th, all the way up into 9th place, yet to find themselves a little bit of that winner chicken dinner. But of course, so far, a lot of action coming through in our first 2 days of action. We'd love to hear what your thoughts are as well. So be sure to share your thoughts over on social media. I know that you've been really active in the chat as well, but let's continue that, right? Let's take it to social media as well. Hit us up with the hashtag PMPL MEA Championship. You can do that on both Facebook, YouTube, as well as on the lovely TikTok. Whoop, that's what you said yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. But either which way, yeah, so much to look forward to as we have now hit the halfway mark, right? We've played our first 12 matches. We still have 12 more to go to have the deciding play, right? To know who will be our final 4 teams to make it up in towards that MEA, well, into the PMGC Championship, rather, seeing that we are right here in the MEA Championship itself. But of course, well, until tomorrow, we will be returning with even more insane PUBG Mobile action. So be sure to join us back again, same time, same place, and even more insane PUBG Mobile action. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all back again later.
All to the top. We will feed it, we will feed it, we will feed it your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us all to the top, whoa. We will feed it your box, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go.
Bye.